Sup, everybody? How y'all doing? I don't know what happened to our music this morning. I was jamming, and all of a sudden it just went off. You know, can't never trust technology or humans, as they say. I hope y'all had a good week. We got a show for y'all today. Little different, little different. We do things different. Never go by what the title says. Just show up. Never know who's gonna be in the room. Never know who's gonna be in the room. Gotta show up. Gotta be present. Hope you had a good week. Um, were we off on Monday or was that last week? I don't even remember. I don't think we were off this Monday. Whatever. Hope you had a good week. Hope you have a good weekend. I hope you're on your mission. I hope you're on your purpose. I hope you are saving and investing. This is How We Linux. We switched the shows. We're gonna do our 100th episode of Tech Stocks and Jobs this evening because it is gonna be one of those things. Crystal, thank you for showing up. Free, let's go free. You know I'm talking to you today. Everything I say, I'm talking to you. As long as you know. Shahid, we here. Miss Phoenix, thank you for being a member. Shout out to all the members. We had a new member that joined last week. Um, Smart Money Chick TV, thank you for joining. Thank you for being a member. And also, thank you for spreading the word for those that have spread the word about Women in Linux and what we're doing and where we're going and what we're trying to do. Now I'm gonna say what we're trying to do, what we are doing, and what we are uh, taking on as new steps. Like I said before, I'm in different rooms all the time. Wayne Wallace, morning, afternoon. I'm in different rooms all the time. Snap! Miss Phoenix, what's going on? Thank you for becoming a 300K member. Thank you for becoming a 300K member. Members, I got some exclusive stuff coming up for you all as well too. You just wait. Um, as far as being on not just on your purpose, but also um, blocking out the haters. I'm in a lot of different rooms, and when I say a lot of different rooms, I mean just not locally in my space or whatnot, but on YouTube, and I see it time and time again. I was on I was on JT what was it Pocket Watching with JT last night, and I was looking in the comments, and I was talking to a young lady, and she was saying that she was starting out with the Security Plus and how hard it was, and she was looking to move to a help desk job, which she was already in a help desk job, but she was just looking to increase her salary. And I was like, you can learn Linux, and when anytime you say Linux, anytime you say anything about tech, you know what people say? It's so hard to learn. You can't, it ain't for everybody. People can't learn those things. And people say it all the time. And you're not going to make $100,000 in tech. That's only for people with specialized skills. And that's only for people with special things. And there's always this thing. I don't know what this is. I don't know why people do this. I have no clue why people start off with it's this special thing that you got to have, like I don't know, like these special powers or something like that. It kind of reminds me of like almost, I don't know, like the Smurfs or something like that, when they would drink that special juice and they would get these special powers and stuff like that. It's kind of like, oh, if you don't know what a special juice is, you can't get into tech, and you can't do this and you can't do that. I don't know. It never makes sense for me. Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Phoenix. Thank you for your tech ties. We appreciate you, and also upgrading your membership. We appreciate you as well too. It's already videos in there for you as well too. Is It is challenging, but it's worth it. It is. It's right. Good afternoon to Queen Lee. How you doing? But again, like I say, I'm in different rooms, and people get to yapping and talking and get the saying stuff like you can't do this and you can't do that. But all it takes is for you to have a strategy. You have to have focus. You have to understand where the market is at, and then network and be with group be with a group of people that are like-minded like you, that are wanting to move forward and understand, right? Look, I came into tech, I didn't know anything, right? I didn't know anything. And when I start going down the road and the journey, it was more or less like, oh my God, I can't believe how people were talking to you, right? You join these forums back in the day, you would join these user forums and people would cuss you out and so forth and so on. But it's totally different now. It's totally different now. And it's just one of them things like, look, people are going to discourage you because they don't have the power or the noble, or they don't even have the courage to even start. And the ones that are in tech that tell you that give you this, oh, it's going to be real hard for you or whatnot. Well, you ask them why they still in it and why they still doing it, right? It's always somebody that's going to have something negative to say. But here's the one thing, like I say all the time, and y'all can take it for what it's worth. The one thing that don't ever stop is your bills. Your bills don't ever stop. And guess what else? People don't care when it's time to pay your bills. Where your money coming from? Oh, did you? Oh, you owe me $5,000. Oh, you owe this car note. They not asking you where that car note money came from. They just know it's paid. Period. So you can sit here and listen to people online all day if you want to. It's just what it is. Um, okay, you said, is there a step-by-step tutorial for beginners on this YouTube channel? I tried to find them, but wasn't sure. Yeah, it is a we have a weekly meetup that we meet every week to discuss Linux and how to get started and so forth and so on. There is a entire playlist for the last 6 years of Linux tutorials from our meetup. There is a ton of resources that we have posted. We also have our Slack channel as well too. So we have plenty of stuff and in terms of Linux. So if you're not part of our meetup, we meet is on meetup.com/women in Linux. Sign up, you'll get all the notifications of things that we do. Just because it says it's understanding Linux doesn't necessarily mean we don't have people that come on that talk about jobs. Doesn't mean that we don't have people that come on that are hiring and looking for people immediately. So you never know what you're gonna get. Beautifully textured. They said, "Wait, what? Cussing people out?" Yeah, I mean, just people just talking. Just people just talking. It's frustrating for me in terms of people are like, you can't get into tech because of X, Y, and Z, or to start this journey in tech and to make $100,000, you need a set of specialized skills. When you can go look at some people who do customer service or product engineering. I mean, people don't. You're not born with um product engineering background. You're not born with Linux. Like, it's just people like it just gets too much for me in my words. All right, so we got a special show today. D, did you want to do a word for my sponsors real quick, or did you just want to get into the show?
We can do have a whole bunch of stuff going on over here today. You can do a word from our sponsor, or do you? It's up to you. I'm gonna let you call it.
So, okay, so what we got going on is we got a word from our sponsor. We got two people in the back that are waiting to come up to talk about one, their journey. We'll probably bring up Mario first. He's sitting in the back to talk about the Delta jobs. And then after that, we'll transition into Rudy. And Rudy, we'll bring you up with Mario as well, too, because, you guys should meet. But at the same token, let's do a word from our sponsor. Give everybody in the back a chance to get their water, get set, get ready to be brought up. I think the word from our sponsor is what, 5 minutes long?
Yeah, it's about 5 minutes.
Okay, so 5 minutes long. Everybody get your pen, get your paper, get your pad. Crystal, this one is for you. You was asking to meet Mario. Mario, Crystal is out there to meet you. Natasha actually wanted to meet you too, Mario. So we'll get a word from our sponsor in. Everybody get your pen and paper ready, bringing up people that got jobs for you, and then how to start your own tech business. Again, a different show. We try to bring you different ideas, different things. Remember, you are a business. Every skill set you have is an asset. And every skill set that you have is an income producing asset. If you don't believe that and you don't believe in yourself, somebody will always skip over you. Let's get it. Hey everybody, welcome to Women in Linux. I am Tam and Dee is in the background, and we just want to share with you some of the perks of being here on our channel. All right, so first things first, if you want to connect with us on social media, connect with us anywhere on social media at Women in Linux. If that's just too much for you, you can always come and find us on womeninlinux.org. And if that's not enough, we have even more perks where you can hit the connect button. Once you hit connect button, you put your email address in here. And once you put your email address in here, it'll connect with us in our Slack group. We have tons of resources in our Slack group. People looking for jobs, people just looking for advice, people looking for information and so forth, right? So again, this is Slack. It's not Discord. So on with using Slack, I warn you, it is resource heavy. So you may need to use either the web browser, or if you're on your phone, you should be fine. But if you're on your desktop, and we know most of you connect on your computer, it's easier to open it up in your web browser so it doesn't take up so much memory or so many processes and so forth. That's just an FYI. That's how I use it. Okay. And if you would like to shop with us, we still have our stuff from our 5-year stuff. Want to shop and you want to get some merch, feel free to come here and get some merch. Again, if you come over here and click on all products, you'll see on all the products that we have, from hoodies to masks and so forth and so on, right? And if that isn't good enough for you, you can donate. You can always donate with your time. You can donate with your money. So how do you donate with your time? You donate with your time by saying, hey, I would like to do a presentation, or I like to volunteer on helping us grow the channel. You retweet, you share this with other members. In fact, for those of you that come here every single week, we know you come here every single week and you don't subscribe. That helps us grow the channel. That helps us get more content to you. Hey, research isn't easy. I'm not getting paid to do research. I wish it was at a university, but hey, I'm bringing this to you, right? I'm bringing this to you and us and for others, right? So if that doesn't work, you can always donate on PayPal by clicking the donate button. Once you hit the donate button, you have your own denominations in which you can donate. And if that doesn't work for you, you can always reach out to Dee and you can cut a check and send a check. That works for us as well. All right. So what are some other things that we actually do have as well, right? So we have a discount with IT Pro TV. You get 30% off. I've used IT Pro TV myself. I've done interviews with them. I'll pull those up as well too. But as you can see, I'm logging into IT Pro TV. What are the benefits here? You need to learn how you learn. So one of the things you can do in IT Pro TV, you can come over here, you can click on courses, and it gives you a list of courses that's separating them out by certification and also separate them out by learning paths. You're like, Tamika, what does that mean? My 4 basic principles or my 4 basic foundations of skill sets that you should have is Linux. You should also have an automation tool, whether it's Terraform or Ansible. You should know at least a cloud. I don't care. Pick either one. And finally, last but not least, security. And security comes in multiple forms: security of the operating system, security of the application, and also security of containers, right? And cloud security. So it's multiple facets when we're talking about security. Those are your 4 basics that you're going to need to get you a job and then move you up. All right. And we're going to talk about our membership here in another video, but I just want to get this out to you. All right. So that's 30% off of IT Pro TV. And last but not least, our Calendly. We have set up for our Calendly. Let me pull that up. I think I have it saved in my browser here, so I can just go straight to it. If not, I'll get it from D here. Here we go, right here. All right. So with Calendly, we have one-on-one sessions. That's where you get to talk to either me or D one-on-one session, right? Interview prep. Some of you are getting ready for interviews or you've never interviewed before. We want to prep you for an interview. Resume review. Let's go over what you have, or let's pull all your skills together. Let's get things formatted properly. Let's get everything going. And last but not least, career assessment. What is your journey? What could it look like? What could you be going through? What are your next steps? Some of you are transitioning, some of you are not, some of you are looking to transition, and some of you are just trying to figure out what is your next step. So, by saying all of this, we want you to enjoy your time here at Women in Linux. And also, as always, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the share button, and last but not least, thank yourself that you actually did it. All right, that's all I have to say for you today, and goodbye. All right, now we're back. All right, so today, again, like I said, it's a little different. We've got Mario Shirley in the back. I hope he's ready to come up to talk about these jobs that he got for you all. Let's get him. Let's get you ready, Mario. Come on now. Everybody, put in a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat for Mr. Mario Shirley. We are here in these streets. We got these jobs. He's been asking. He's like, when can I talk to the people? I can't believe don't nobody want these jobs. No, no, no. They want these jobs. So we have a meetup every Wednesday, Mario. And the meetup is not as live as this. It's a little bit more intimate, a little bit more personal. That way you can talk back and forth with people. Here you got to use the chat, so it's not as intimate and so forth. But again, you pick and choose. But you are here now. You are with us. How are you doing
Welcome,
today?
welcome, welcome, welcome.
I'm wonderful. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm
We
wonderful.
Yes,
hear you good. We hear
yes.
you
Great.
good. All right. So Genesis 10. Tell us about Genesis 10, and then we'll roll right into these jobs.
Absolutely. So Genesis 10 ranks as one of the top staffing firms in the United States. Very diverse company, independently owned and operated, doing somewhere around 300 million in annual revenue. The firm is approximately about 20 years old. 25 years old, right? With over 300 active clients. Yep, that's the website right there. I joined Genesis 10 last year as an IT consultant and account manager. I am not a recruiter, but I own the relationship with Delta Airlines.
Gotcha.
Okay. And I also support our ERP practice, which concentrates in SAP and Oracle. My background is in information technology, business development, sales, and marketing. Been in the industry since 95. Uh, I started before there was anything such as a cloud. Uh, when it was when it was mainframe computing,
Gotcha.
right?
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Uh,
Gotcha.
the languages I studied in school are, you know, rarely ever talked about, with the exception of COBOL. Always have roles looking for some COBOL experience because some people still are in mainframe environments. But I'm here. I'm based in Atlanta, Georgia, and I have a dedicated team of recruiters. I have about 17 recruiters that support me at Delta, and all of our roles are IT related, primarily helping Delta with their digital transformation, meaning Delta recently closed their primary data center in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and they're moving over 3,300 applications into the AWS cloud. Okay. And so that was a journey that started a few years ago, but the data center closed this past December. They gave them back the keys, and so you have uh, applications that are now in the cloud. Some are still trying to get to the cloud. Some of them were moved into permanent uh, cloud-based infrastructure. Some are in temporary locations, right? So
Right.
what I do as a primary, as a preferred vendor, um, I get what's called 0-day recs. I get the requisitions, the job recs, as soon as they are approved by the business. I get those recs, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I have 5 days to put people in front of hiring managers. Uh, and it typically is a 30-minute interview, right?
Okay.
A 30-minute interview, no song and dance, no, give me 3 references and I'll call
Right.
them, and who your mom and them is, and what school you went to. And there's
Mm-hmm.
none of that. It's none of that.
Mm-hmm.
You go in front of a hiring manager, and if it's a development role, they say, okay, script this, write this. How would you
Right.
handle this?
Right.
If it's a cloud role, how do you turn up this? How do you create this? If it's a um, if it's an infrastructure role, if it's a cybersecurity role, if it's a functional role or a technical role, you are talking to the people who are hands-on, who are providing the support to the business. This is not a song and dance, dog and pony. After
Right.
30 minutes, they make a decision whether they're going to hire you or not. If
Right.
you get a second interview, you're doing it wrong, right?
Gotcha.
If you get a second interview, you are doing it wrong,
So
because
I
they
don't
are
need to so I don't need to tell them I'm Tamika and I'm a Cancer.
you're right, right. I can't say, and I like long walks on the beach. And oh, have you ever worked with Kubernetes? Yes.
Right. Right. Right.
No,
Right. Right.
no. Yes, I've worked with Kubernetes, and this is what I did, and this is what the challenges were. This is what the outcome was. This
Yeah.
is how I document it. Can I
Your
have the job?
behavioral journey at the job, like what were the problems, what did you do to come up with a maybe a design to solve those problems, and then how did
Correct.
it get implemented, right?
Correct. Correct. Correct.
Understand,
Correct.
and this is what I talk about also when we're talking about interviews. It is understanding you are the solution when you
Right.
walk in. The job is out there because it's a problem.
Correct. Correct.
You need to walk
Correct.
in with the fact that you are the solution. And so
Correct.
how do you add value, and how do you solve that problem? And then also in some instances it's problems that they may not even know that they're coming down the pipeline, that you may solve for them as well too, that they know that don't even know exist.
Absolutely. In a company as large as Delta, and as large as their IT resources are, as large as their departments are, we support the contingent workers, right? The contingent worker program. And there's a select group of vendors that have this opportunity. So when you come in, as Tamika just said, you are the solution. You have to interview the interviewee, right?
Yep.
Because they're looking for a skill set that they don't currently have, right? They're looking for a skill set that they don't currently have. If you put it on your resume that you work with soap, or you were working with Rosa or whatever, they're going to ask you, tell us
Mm,
what you did when you were, and then if it turns out you were adjacent to the person who was
mm,
actually doing it, the interview stopped. We
mm,
appreciate your time, and that's it.
right.
It stopped because they discover that you were adjacent. You knew something about it. You was in the building, but you weren't on stage, right?
Right.
You weren't on stage. You were watching the concert. You weren't performing, and it ends. So currently, I have several roles
I have them
open.
up.
Yep. And that's changing every day. And a matter of fact, I have to get you an updated list, Tamika, because a lot of
Okay.
these I've filled them already.
Okay.
But what ends up happening, it doesn't stop. They
Correct.
just cycle back through. And so if anyone is interested in these roles, we have the job descriptions for them. SAP, I will share with you with Delta. If you know SAP or any aspect of SAP, HCM, right? Human capital management, on premise, right? Not cloud, but on premise, because there's legacy systems in place. I mean, and when I say legacy, I mean like the first editions of SAP are still running. Um,
Mm-hmm.
right. So
Mm-hmm.
if you know legacy systems, there's an opportunity for you at Delta. And it's the same thing with Oracle. If you know Oracle legacy on premise, there's an opportunity for you, right? If you know software design, um, uh, uh, application testing, there's an opportunity for you. If you know
Right.
application security, there's an opportunity for you, right?
Right.
And so these roles are just the ones that were open last week, right?
Yep.
And they'll all be filled by probably Tuesday, right?
Right.
And so there's an entire new list that I can make available to
Mm-hmm.
you guys. We have a process. What would happen if you were interested in just the titles? You would let Tamika know, or let me, and I'm sure Tamika might give out
Yeah,
my
you can
information.
give your own
And and,
information
and
out.
it's fine. My email address is mshirley@genesis10.com. If you're interested in anything related to these, just the titles, right? I would then give you the job descriptions. I would put you in contact with one of my dedicated recruiters. They will go through the vetting process with you to make sure you are who you say you are, right? And then we will start submitting you uh, for to the hiring managers for an interview. And again,
And it's
it takes
Genesis 10, right? Not Genesis
Genesis 10. Genesis
10.
10. Yep, Genesis
Yeah.
10, like the Bible, Genesis in the Bible, 10.com. And so it's
Right.
M Shirley, MSHIRLEY at Genesis10.com. Here's the thing with Delta, guys. There's only two locations you can work in the rural for Delta: Minneapolis, Minnesota, or Atlanta, Georgia. They have a hybrid
Yeah.
They have a hybrid model, meaning you work 5 days in the office and 5 days at home. 5 days at home, you could live in Istanbul. If you want to live in Istanbul and catch that 17-hour flight back over to work when you're supposed to be in that office, Delta does not care, right? But when it's time to be in the office, those 5 days, right? You have to be in the office. Where you go when you're not in the office, they could care less. Now you can't log in from Istanbul, right? Because it's blocked. So so you'll still have to work somewhere in the United States. So but Delta really doesn't care. As long as you can get on the network, you can be anywhere. So to recap, it's a hybrid schedule. It's on-prem, 5 days you're on site, 5 days you're remote. Positions all
Oh,
have benefits. All the positions have benefits, or you can do them as if you're an independent contractor and you have your LLC set up, and you would rather take care of your benefits yourself. We can do that. We can also do corp to corp. So if you're working for another firm and that firm doesn't have a relationship with Delta, we can still work with them from a corp to corp perspective. Yeah, that's what we got going on, and we're here, and I'm going to share with you that I do my best to look for diverse clients. Genesis 10 is a diverse company, and so I look for local candidates when I can. Local candidates have the preference. But if you are not local, we just look for you to be in the market day one. So It typically goes one interview, two if you're bad. They like you and you're bad, they give you a second interview. Because if they like you got the chops, they hire you on the spot. As soon as we hang up the phone, they send and say, "Hey Mario, we want to hire Tamika," and it goes just like that, right? So it typically takes two weeks to clear the background check, and so on and so forth. So once you clear your background check, they expect you to be at Delta, sitting in the office, right? So
Now, on a background check, is that a background check that includes credit and your work background and I guess your criminal background? Because it
it's a
depends.
it's a full background check.
Okay.
It's a full background check. Third party conducts it on, and they check everything. There's a drug screen. There's a drug screen. That's all of that's done. It typically takes about 2 weeks, but it is a full it's a full screen. Um, um, and this is the state of Georgia, right? So state of Georgia, we don't have some of the same constraints that uh, other states have regarding, or other cities have, since it's the city of Atlanta, state, Fulton County, blah blah blah. We When it comes to some of your offenses or criminal records, right? Criminal records typically doesn't prevent you from getting a job in Georgia, um, or it shouldn't, right? Just because we don't. That's not, and we can get into that in another conversation. But it is a full background check, and it takes about 2 weeks to get you compliant. If you are who you say you are, it,
Gotcha.
ta- it takes about 2 weeks to get it all
Okay.
done.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Any
any
questions, Rob?
are there any need for references to your past work life? Right. Lazon, what we
Reference.
need you today.
References. That's the one thing I've learned about this. References. If somebody asks for a reference, you're doing it wrong.
Right.
You're doing it wrong. And if
Right.
somebody says that your resume is supposed to be this pretty document on this linen paper, and calligraphy and all that, no, that all of that extra columns. Your resume should be a Word document with a summary of your capabilities, with your
Mm-hmm.
cert at the top, and then bullet points. That's
Mm-hmm.
it. That's it. Where you went to school at the bottom, and it needs to be verifiable. If you said you
Mm-hmm.
graduated from UCLA, they're gonna check. And if you didn't graduate from UCLA the year you said you graduated from UCLA, you just
Mm-hmm.
eliminated yourself, right?
And Black Dove 21, you write Insight Global, ask for references all the time. I'm just gonna say this: they're not known to give the most money in the world. Let's say that.
Yeah,
Let,
yeah,
let's say that. Let's say you may be underpaid. Let's just say that. That's just word of mouth. That's just
yeah,
what I hear in the
yeah,
industry,
yeah.
right?
Insight Global is a preferred vendor at
Mm-hmm.
Delta, just like I am, Genesis 10. And if
Mm-hmm.
Insight Global is asking for references, God bless them, because
Right.
we don't.
Right.
We don't. What's on that
Right.
resume? What's on that resume? What's on that LinkedIn? If it turns out not to be true, it's gonna come out in the interview.
All
If you
right.
say
So,
you know
what you gonna do this
Python,
this
you know
hacker rank
Jason,
test?
yeah, absolutely. They may
Yeah.
give you a glider assessment, and if you
Mm-hmm.
can't pass the glider, there's no need for you to be talking to your cousin and them as a reference. It's not you can't pass the glider. You failed
Got
the assessment. So it's no
right.
needed. Yeah, but we don't get into that. And if my recruiters are asking for references, I'm not aware of it, because I could take Tamika's resume right now and give it to my recruiters. They'll call her, they'll screen her, they'll challenge her on the technology that she says she knows. And if she cuts the mustard, it then comes to me for submission. And
Gotcha.
that's it. So, and I'm
Right.
not calling in the references.
Right. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. So if you say you know REST API and they get on the first question, they're gonna ask, so explain to us what you've done with REST API. And he's like, well, that's it. Interview over.
Right.
It
Right.
don't go any further. It stops right there.
Now, this is a question everybody always want to know. Now, you don't have to answer this, but I'm gonna ask because I know people gonna want to know. What's the normal ranges for these jobs? Are you seeing
I
jobs
can
at
tell you.
45? Are you seeing
I
jobs at 45,000 to 90,000, or are you seeing them at 90,000 to 120,000? What's the range?
Since we're contingent workers, contingent workforce, we're on a pay rate, an hourly rate,
Okay,
right? So it's an hourly rate. And
gotcha.
with these particular roles, right? These particular roles, I've never seen, since I've been here, I haven't had a role that would pay anyone in any role less than $52 an hour.
Okay,
Okay. So uh, I
just as
haven't
a
seen.
baseline, that's fine.
Yeah,
And that,
yeah. So and that's typically a project manager or a project coordinator, something like that. Like
okay.
my learning designer two role that's on your list, right? That
Mhm.
that that position, I think it may be a little low. It may be $48 an hour, something along that
Mhm.
line, with
Mhm.
benefits and everything else included.
Right.
Uh,
Oh, speaking of
so
benefits, do you get Delta benefits too in these roles,
You
or you
don't.
gotta
You
you
don't.
get
Only.
100%?
Only if you convert. Only if you
Only if you
convert.
convert. Okay.
And if you come in on any of these roles and you're in this role as a contractor, after 6 months they haven't converted you, you're doing it wrong.
Got I
You're
got you.
doing it. You're doing it wrong. Unless you want to remain a a, a
1099.
contractor. And
Right.
I have a particular contractor. He's been there for 32 years as a contractor. All right. And he doesn't want to be anything but most people think he is a member of the executive leadership team. But he has been, his name is Dale Hall. He's been there for 32 years. And he doesn't want to be anything other than a contract.
He's like, I'll get my own benefits.
I get my own benefits. I do my own thing. And he travels globally. He's responsible for the Alliance program, the technical, which is Delta, Virgin Atlantic, Air France. That's the Alliance, and he does some cloud stuff, something. But he's been there 32 years. You
Right.
know, they mention him in the 10K.
I got
he's
you.
a co-
I got you.
he's a contractor.
Now, in our audience, we do have some people that are beginners. Now, I
Yep,
know at one point you were working. I don't know if it was Genesis 10 or maybe another company that was doing an apprenticeship program.
we do. That's us. That's our Dev
Okay,
10 program. That's our
okay.
Dev 10 program. And if you visit our site, just go to Dev 10 DEV10. That's our junior developer program. So that's our program that we have for recent college grads or students still in college, where we will get you certified. We'll pay for your training to get you certified in most of the programming languages, Java, Python, software developer languages. And then for that training, we'll then get you placed into a position, into a role where you have to stay in that position for 2 years, right? But we assure you that you will be placed, and it's the Dev 10. It's called Dev 10, and all you have to
Mhm.
do is apply to it online. So if there's anybody with less than 3 years of experience, I would encourage you to apply for the Dev 10 program. So if you're trying to, if you know Linux, but you're trying to get that Python, that Java, that .NET, those types of certs, apply for the Dev 10 program. We will pay for it, and we will get you placed in a career position for 2 years.
Y'all heard that.
99% of the students, 99% of the people who are in the program are hired permanently by the companies that we support. And Delta is one of our Dev 10 partners. So right now I have about, and I don't handle the Dev 10 program, but I want to say I have about 12 Dev 10 um, um, uh, um, developers or contractors, consultants, Dev 10 consultants at Delta. Another thing that I'm big on is technical colleges, right? So if you have a 2-year technical college degree, you can work for Delta. And I currently have, and I'll get these to you. I currently have 4 openings right now where they're looking for infrastructure related folks. Infrastructure meaning,
Yeah, interesting you say infrastructure.
yeah, absolutely. Infrastructure, firewall, Palo Alto. If you know Palo Alto, you write your own ticket these days. Palo Alto,
Linux,
Linux,
cloud
and
security.
absolutely. So 2-year. I actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll get this to you, Tamika. But I have four positions that just opened up yesterday, and
Gotcha.
they all minimum is 2-year technical college certification or technical college graduate, and they're in there.
Got you.
Okay.
D says talk dirty to us, Mario. You're talking dirty to us now. This is our thing. We love all of this. Let me tell you, we love
Listen,
all of
and I
this.
I'm here for it. I'm a mentor at Atlanta Technical College, so
Okay.
I'm always trying to
Look,
get the students.
look, let me say it right. Over off of Stewart Avenue. I'm just
Yes, ma'am. And so I'm encouraging so when I got those 4 recs open yesterday, they came to me. I went through my little database of recent um, students, graduates from Atlanta Tech, and I saw I had like 30 or so Cisco certified folks. And I sent the rec to them. I said, listen, man, here's the rec. I need your job. I need your resume. Well,
right.
Mr. Shirley, we got to get it together. I said, no, man, you're going to miss out.
This is how you miss
Why,
out. You're supposed to be ready.
be ready, stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
On my meetups, right? People think I'm being hard on them. I'm not being hard. I'm just I teach how people interview, right? I teach how
Right.
people interview. So when you're in an interview, especially if you're doing Linux or networking or whatnot, people ask questions repeatedly. They ask them.
Correct.
They ask them back to back. Hey, if I give you this 192.168.5.4 subnet with
Right.
a /26 octet, what's the network? What is this?
Correct.
What's the
Correct.
last? They're gonna
Correct.
ask you questions like that.
Right.
So it's and for us, we're like, wait a minute, I need time. No, you don't have no time.
No,
You need
no,
to
no,
know how to do that off the top of your head. And then
soon,
some people go
soon
ahead.
as that first when you say interview over. No, that's not the answer. It's not the network. And
Yeah,
so soon as, because I sit in on the interviews, right, and I'd be like, damn. And when you look down, when you lose eye contact and you look down, they assume that you're reading and you're being coached, right? And we even have software that tests the latency the lag between your speech and the sound, because there's AI stuff now that lets you cheat in the interview process. So we've run into people mimicking or lip syncing
I
pet of
mean,
mine.
I was gonna bring that up because D
That,
had showed me one where these people are like in these interviews and somebody else will be answering on the phone and then
yep,
somebody will be sitting there talking, but
yep,
they're trying to mimic what that person is saying.
absolutely,
So
absolutely,
so so D had sent me. I said I was gonna cover that because I was like I know that in my experience with with interviews and stuff like that, I know some people be looking stuff up when I'm sitting there because I could just see I can see their hands moving and so I go ahead and tell them. I said I know that you're looking something up. I said I'm going to give you 5 seconds to find the answer. That I
yeah,
said this lets me know whether you know how to search or not, right?
absolutely,
Right,
absolutely,
and so
absolutely,
if they can't find it, that means they don't understand the question in order to
correct,
solve the problem. So that's
correct,
another problem for me. So I'll give
correct,
people the leeway to go ahead and use the internet and then tell me what answer that they found. But that lets me know they didn't hear and they didn't understand what the issue was,
absolutely.
the problem that I said. So it didn't so the answer they gave me wasn't the answer. It was that.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
Great
I
point. And great point. It's a great point. It's a great point. And I've had several managers, hiring managers, general managers who say, Mario, when we're going through this, we don't expect the people to know everything. But to your
right,
point, we want to know if they can search for an answer and how
correct.
quickly can they find a reference article or something to
Right,
to to keep it moving, right? But
right.
if you're there having to read your background and you're saying it is mechanical and blah 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 your response,
Right,
yeah. And so it's all, the proof of the pudding is in the tasting, right?
right.
And so uh it's a short process. If it's a really technical role, we might do a pre-screening, meaning Genesis 10. We'll bring in one of our data scientists or somebody to do a pre-screening to help
Mhm.
vet you because we we don't want to submit a person that's not prepared to take the role. So when we submit you, we want to understand that you're ready to rock and roll. If you get this offer, you're packing up the wagon, you're moving across town, whatever you got to do to get the role to be here, you have to be prepared. So I hope I wasn't too long winded.
No, you're not.
And
I want you to stay right there because we
yes,
got
ma'am.
another person coming up. We got Rudy from Think Big coming up. And let's bring Rudy to the stage. I want to have a conversation with Rudy and you.
Okay.
And Rudy, we're gonna get into who you are now, and then we'll talk about Think Big after I ask these questions. So Rudy is a longtime friend now in the tech industry. I don't know. It's been what about 6, 7 years now?
It's a long time, long time.
Right? And so we are actually embarking on new journeys in tech with Think Big. You want to tell about Think Big and how Think Big came to be? And Mario, uh, me and Rudy are gonna ask you. We're gonna talk about this Delta migration in a
Okay.
totality and what they're
Okay.
looking for. So
Oh
don't
yeah.
stay here and let's get going. So Rudy, tell us about Think Big.
So Think Big, we are a consultancy. We're professional services. We're cloud native. What we do is we help companies basically solve their technical issues by helping them discover cloud native technologies and adopting them, and then using those technologies in order to get their product to market as soon as possible. Our primarily focus is around DevOps, around SRE, platform engineering. My background is in SRE and DevOps, sysadmin. That's a whole other sweaty conversation, but that's our focus. We're engineering focused first. We do primarily work around Kubernetes. We've been doing Kubernetes since 2016. We do AKS, GKE, EKS. Mario made me smile. He said, "Yeah, when they pause, we like to watch them when they pause. Watch for the gaps in between if they're stuttering." But Yeah, I mean, we do every flavor of Kubernetes you can think of, even all the way back to COPS, such as vanilla Kubernetes, Rancher Kubernetes Engine, RKE, etc. We also do work around CI/CD productivity. We do work around observability implementation. We do work around being able to take your monolithic application and break it down into microservices, and then go ahead and move that over to the cloud. Sort of like what Mara about Delta is doing.
I want to have a conversation. There you go.
So yeah, the whole digital transformation. Look, I guess people got tired of lift and shift, so they gave it a cool name called digital transformation. Now, it sounds magical because I like watching marketing people think, because marketing people, they just come with a tagline for everything. I'm like, that's the same thing. It's like new Coke and then Coke Classic. It's the same thing. It's just different names. So, but yeah,
I got beef with that now. New Coke is different than Coca-Cola. New Coke was some BS. I was there when it happened. New Coke was some BS. They had to snatch that off the shelves. I remember that clearly. I brought New Coke home to my grandmother, and she threw the whole can at me.
New Coke was a way to drive up the Class A stock.
See, that part right there.
At Coca-Cola. That's why they introduced it. That's why Warren Buffett did New Coke, because he knew.
Right.
But we can get into the real. That's like the Willie Lynch letter.
We can get to all the financial stuff. You already know I'm with that. I'm with that. So, but the whole thing you were talking about. Let's talk about this digital transformation. Let's talk about this cloud migration that Delta is having from on-prem to the cloud. When I hear this, I hear we have legacy monolithic applications that are potentially running some older languages that need to be migrated to maybe a 3-tier project, a 3-tier application, or we can leave it inside of one pod and just migrate it to the actual cloud. I also hear, when I'm hearing this, there is some type of direct connect set up to migrate these applications back on. And I also hear I got a lot of data. I got a lot of sensitive data, and I got a lot of data that needs to be migrated to the cloud. So I may have to roll in the truck to Minneapolis to do it and so forth. But Mario, this is what I wanted to discuss when we're talking about a cloud migration. In this cloud migration, are there any specific languages that you can discuss that they're using that someone would need to know about in order to apply for the job?
Yes. So obviously, so let me back up. Everything. So if you pull up those roles, right? That I shared with you, those open roles.
Yep, I got
every last one of them. If you have cloud AWS experience, you've done any of these roles within an AWS environment, resources, infrastructure, virtual, anything. So if anything, like you said, the SRE, the SRE roles are so important, right? But if you've had AWS experience, if you worked in that environment, resources in AWS, that's the first green flag, right? That's like, okay, you've done this in AWS. If you've worked with Java, Python, JSON, and all of those things, and you've worked in the AWS environment with those languages, right? So you were working on machines or virtual machines or whatever, virtual resources, cloud infrastructure resources. Great. That's wonderful, because everything is in AWS. There's nothing on premise anymore, right?
Okay.
So the only thing that's on premise is things like SAP and Oracle. And it's
Okay.
on premises because it is big, old, and raggedy, right? And so with SAP, they're trying to move everything to success factors, right?
Gotcha.
Success factors is the cloud, right? The cloud ecosystem for SAP, right? And so SAP on premise right now they're trying to move everybody to SAP S4 HANA, right?
Gotcha.
Right, right. But that's just until 2027. It's going away in 2027. It's going to have to
Correct.
be in the cloud after 2027, right?
Correct.
So all of the languages, and I could bring you on every job description. It has what programming languages
Okay.
where people are responsible, what they should know, blah blah blah. Right, but it's the typical stuff. Right, it's the
Right.
typical stuff. The
Java,
job,
C plus plus.
C plus plus. I
Right.
had one come up. I had one come up the other day, or couple months ago, about a month ago, and it was for Informatica, right? Which is not a programming language; it's an application, right? But they Delta uses Informatica to extract data when it comes to financials, right? For financials out of SAP, they're not using the SAP module; they're using Informatica, right? So they came and said, "Hey, we need an Alteryx, somebody who knows Alteryx for the automation, right?
Good
To
luck.
start."
Good. You had to go find that. Is that person retired?
And I'm sitting here saying, "Are you what? Why?" And I got in the car and drove over there and sat down with the head of the Blue Prism RPA initiative at
Mm-hmm.
at Delta, because the rest of the company is standardizing on Blue Prism for RPA.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Here it is, the SAP team is talking to me about Alteryx. And I'm like, wait, nobody uses the Alteryx user group got 6 people in it nationwide, right?
that may
Oh,
that
oh,
may or may not be alive.
right. And I'm sitting here saying, and so, but you know what? I went out there, I found people who knew it. I found people who knew it. It was hard as hell to find some people who
Right.
knew it. And Puff the Maggot Dragon, right? And and lo and behold, job description was updated 4 days ago. All the Alteryx stuff taken out. All you need is Informatica because they're going to use RPA. They're going to use the Blue Prism resources.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because it didn't make any sense to be, you know what I'm saying? So we see. I have a lot of detail. So when somebody gets a job description, and if I could, you know, just know that I have a lot of detail. I have the required skills. Then we have the top 5 skills, and then we give examples of what you should have done in the past, because those are the interview questions. They said responsibilities for X. You know, because one of it was funny Kubernetes. So you got the Rosa guys who are out, the Red Hat OpenShift guys. They're out building all of these clusters, blah 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 blah. Right? They're building all of this stuff. Well, when you build a cluster, right, and you turn it up, AWS starts billing you for it.
Oh, no doubt.
Whether you using it or not, right?
No doubt.
So you got a whole nother team of software architects who are doing nothing right now but decommissioning clusters, unused clusters. So you need a different person to go in there and turn down those clusters.
It sounds like they need cloud custodian or something, right? turn your mic on, Rudy. It sounds like we need to go on over there and get this
That's
thing.
Look,
If you think
That's
look.
why I'm here. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
Rudy, I told you I had something for you.
Hey, listen, but you know what's funny when you hear this though, my mind goes a couple layers up and a couple layers down because somebody somewhere said this is the path forward. Now, if you've been in the game and done infrastructure for any length of time, you may say, well, why are they doing it this way? And when you ask why, you have to say who made the decision? Because somebody went ahead. When you said Informatica, we have experience with Informatica. It is not our favorite software, but somebody went ahead and said the way the digital transformation is going to look like this.
Somebody
and of course, there's articles and there's contracts, right? And those two things basically kick off ultimately a project, for better or for worse. It's either going to go ahead and be successful or it's going to fail based upon somebody read an article and somebody said, hey, we had this company over here, whether they can do it or not. And a lot of times, you know, people who are very removed from, you know, the boots on the ground don't really have a good sense of how is this stuff supposed to work, right? Because what Mario's describing, you had people over here turning stuff off, people over here turning stuff on. Are the teams talking together? Is the data moving? Who's good? None of those questions are being asked. It's a checkbox, right? It's a checkbox on the list of something that someone said has to be done.
It costs too much.
That's why you need SREs now more than ever, right?
Yep.
And 2 years ago, I didn't hear anything about an SRE.
Well,
we
heard about it. But now, like I say, it's the shift, right? It's the shift.
Right.
People are saying you don't need DevOps people anymore. You need people to be SRE. You don't need SRE people anymore. We need platform people, right?
Yeah. And hold on, to me. Let me jump in. People who say you don't need anybody anymore. Right. You just need AI.
You just need
sorely. Listen. If anybody, I'm gonna say this since we on live show. Anybody concerned that ChatGPT is gonna take your SRE or your DevOps job, you have nothing to worry about. It's not doing it. AI is not doing it. AI can write a paper. It can kick you out a YAML file, but it cannot help you with the creativity needed in order to troubleshoot that problem. In order to understand how to get that data from point A to point B, it doesn't do that.
When
that's a human issue.
When Bard, which is Google, Bard is Microsoft. When Bard Bard. It's Bard.
He's talking about their AI system, the one that they finally talked about.
System.
Oh, the one that
it's a part of it. It's a part of Bing, but it's Bard. What you can worry. You can worry when you see a chat bot fold a towel. When a chat bot can fold a towel, right?
Yeah.
Then we should worry. And I've been in this. I've probably been in this game a little longer than probably most of the people on the call from a sales side.
Yesterday.
From a sales side, so robotics.
I'm a genius. Okay, I just got started yesterday.
I'm a street peddler, and I learned back in 1995 that there's no robotic system or any form or artificial intelligence that can fold a towel, right? Mm-hmm. So if you take the smartest robot on the planet, if you take Watson and tell Watson to fold a towel, cannot do it because there's too many variables to fold in the towel. You can fold a towel in a gazillion different ways. And so a robot cannot fold a towel. So when we get to the point where AI, machine learning can fold a towel, be worried. As of right now, everybody on this call, if you don't know what agile is, you're going to be replaced. You're going to be replaced. If you don't know agile, if you don't know what agile is, you're going to be replaced. If you don't know what ITIL is, you're going to be replaced, right? So don't worry about chat, CPT or GPT. But I look at so many people. I just had a call just before I got on this call, sister, like, I'm trying to get my PM thing going. I said, yo, you got your PMO, you got your you got your cert, you certified. She's like, no, I ain't got that yet. Click, hung the phone up. I ain't got time to be talking to you. Talking about you. Do you got an agile certification?
Right.
Sure, you go to the public library and get certified. Well, you don't even go to public. You get certified for agile on LinkedIn, right?
Right.
So you don't have an agile certification, and you calling yourself a programmer or developer? You're in DevOps and you don't know agile. But guess what?
At least have taken the class, right?
Delta is
a lot of
looking
them have
for
class.
agile. That's the other thing that they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
They're moving to the agile framework, right? They've been in
Away from waterfall.
They're moving away from waterfall. And so 90% of the workforce is being introduced to agile. It's a 5-year conversation. They hope in 5 years that they will be adopted agile. So if you know Linux and you know all of this stuff and you come in and you know agile and agile is on your resume, guess what? You gonna talk yourself out of the girl dancing with you. She already want to dance with you. She saw you come in the room.
I want to dance with somebody.
I want to dance with somebody. You walked in the room. You walked over there. She looking at you. You sir. She say, "Oh, I don't know agile." She walking right past you to the next person. Right? So you have to come into the room knowing agile.
Look, Rudy, what Mario meant to say was he don't look flexible in women's time.
Yeah. I got that message. Yeah. Look, it's gonna take them 5 years. It was a 5-year conversation for them to move to agile. Take another 5 to get it right once they get there.
It's a 10 year. It's a 10 year, because
it's a 10 year, yeah.
It's a 10 year. It's a 10-year thing. And again, once they standardize and get everything in place on AWS, they're again going to start the multi-cloud conversation, which is they've selected Azure to be the secondary cloud, right? And so it's all going to start all over again. Who knows Azure? Who knows Azure? Who knows how to do this in Azure? Who's ever turned up this? Who knows multi-cloud, right?
Who knows how to secure their cloud?
Who knows how to secure it? So listen, I got Rex right now looking for people who know CloudFront. Do you know CloudFront? Do you know CloudFront? Come in here and get this job. Come get this job if you know CloudFront, right? Because the people who are current legacy folks, they don't know CloudFront because the CloudFront wasn't being used.
This is what I was talking about, Rudy. This is where I go with the boot camp. This is what I was saying to you, like getting together, putting the boot camp together to get marching people through these things is such a need, right? Because again, when the people that are sitting there working, they're like, okay, because this happens all the time. I'm not gonna make any changes to what I've been doing every single day until you train me. Well, they're like, well, okay.
I'm gonna replace you.
Right. And so what ends up happening is these companies, they go out and they buy this training. They put these people through AWS training with their preferred vendor or whatever, and they sit in these classes for, I don't know, a month, and then they're like, now go be free. And people are like, now what I'm supposed to do?
Yeah, because they never done it. And it's digital transformation is, the word is sexy, but the work is long. It is long suffering because you're having more people conversations than you are actually writing the code. You have to change people's minds. It's the same thing I tell people all the time with Kubernetes. Companies say, oh, hey, we got Kubernetes now. And we're a CNC partner, we're a silver member. I'm like, great, that's not going to solve your problem. Your problem that you have, right? It's an internal, it's a management organizational problem. But you think because you're on this piece of technology, now you can move faster. You have so much work that you have to do to break down your own mental monolithic application, right? In order to actually understand how best to move in this space. And that takes time. That takes conversations. That takes social skills that, a lot of IT people, you have to level up and you have to gain. You know, for such a long time that we had a system where to me, you were talking about earlier, you know, back in the day, you hop in the forums and people would yell and scream. You know, for instance, it was a whole RTFM. You know, if you don't understand, don't ask a stupid question in this chat. Go somewhere else and ask stupid. RTFM all day. But you know, those social skills, especially as you start finding out, hey, companies actually don't run as much tech as you think that they do. At least not the current technology.
Well, after a while, they all look the same.
Well, it's fun. It's funny y'all talking about back in the day, chat and all this. I have to remember back in the day, we were meeting at Kinko's to have these discussions.
Yeah. And that was the meetup spot. Was Kinko's.
We were at Kinko's.
My meetup spot was the Elks Lodge in Washington State. I went to Elks Lodge to meet up with people to talk about Linux. Where you walk in and then you come for gray beards and they looking at you and I'm looking at them like, what you doing Linux, right?
Mine was Micro Center. It was Micro Center, Fry's, and then Best Buy. That was my meetup spot.
I ain't never
you. And listen, I'm just saying. Nice conversations in those places.
Well, Tamika and Rudy, I would be interested in exploring what you guys are doing because the digital transformation, it is real. I'm at the lowest level of the conversation, right? Because once we're doing resource planning and staffing, a lot of the decisions have already been made. But because of how long I've been at Delta, I have been selling to Delta, right? I've worked for many companies, and no matter whatever I've ever sold or been employed, I've sold it to Delta since 2004. So sometime I was selling batteries, sometime I was selling shoe shine. Kits on the corridor as you walk through. Hey, ain't that Mario? Yeah. Yo, bro, what you doing? Man, I got 3 boosts in here, bro. I'm getting this shine on. So, but whatever it is, whatever I had to sell, I sold it to Delta. And so at this point in time, I think, you know, with not only them, but I do have some other clients that I'd like to talk to you guys about. But I'm just getting involved in the ERP with another eight clients, but my bread and butter is Delta. The other 8 clients are related to SAP, primarily SAP, some Oracle, but I definitely Rudy. If you're looking at those list of jobs, you see that I have senior cloud engineer, 5 senior cloud engineers. All 5 of them are 5 different hiring managers, 5 different projects. It's the same job description, but it's 5 different roles, and it's just something. When you look at the job description, it's nuanced. You will see something that's slightly different for each one of them, right? But if those types of roles, we can get you involved in those roles. We can get you involved in that conversation. Delta loves minority contractors. Most people don't know that Delta's entire cybersecurity platform is supported by an African-American company out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, a company called Mission Critical Systems. Mission Critical got their MBE certification 35 years ago, right? MBE certification, and started a relationship with Delta 20 years ago. Delta buys all of their firewalls, everything, all the physical, all the software that they buy for cybersecurity goes through Mission Critical, right? Everything. I mean, everything. Anything cybersecurity related that comes into Delta comes through Mission Critical, right? And they're a minority-owned company, part of the NMDC, National Minority Development Council, MBE, out of Fort Lauderdale, Mission Critical Systems. That's them right there. Less than 25 employees.
It don't take much to build.
Less than 25 employees. Less than 100. I give them. They're probably at 50 by now. But why? They got one customer, Delta,
Right.
and
Yeah, and that's
every
definitely the direction we want to go in.
well,
Right.
I would encourage you to become link in with I forget this president CEO his name, but he's on LinkedIn, and Delta is if you have your certification, you have your MBE, you have your designation, veteran, woman, any of that, you go
Mhm.
straight to the top of the food chain with Delta. Straight,
Okay.
straight to the top of the food chain. And it's so serious. I mean, I just walked, and I know this is a sidebar conversation.
No, this is
3 weeks.
perfect. This is the perfect
Yeah.
segue because I want to talk about not being the employee, but being the business.
Yeah,
Right.
Understand walking into these places and being the business and not being the employee to get people to understand you are a business and you have to
Right.
look at yourself and your skill sets as assets in your business. And so when you're presenting yourself, you're presenting your business, a brand, if you want to say it that way, but also don't always walk in as the as an employee. Walk in, well, I have a business and I have partners and we have people that can help you solve your problem.
absolutely. And again, you said something today that I've never heard. You said you're the solution, right?
Yes,
You're the solution. You're not the employee. You're the solution. I'm
right.
in here
Right.
as the solution. So go ahead and put some respect on it,
Put some
and,
respect
and
on my name.
put some
cut
respect
cut,
on it.
cut the
Get the
check.
get the certification. Get the check. If you're not, I don't know if you've done a SBA AA program overview. If you've talked about that, but I support several.
We touched on it. We
Okay,
Yeah.
touched.
well, I support several AA. If the big think big isn't an AA, you're tripping on your pippin.
I'm massaging him.
Okay, okay,
I'm
cause you
massaging.
got
He don't.
you got it.
I'm the. So let's give the clarification. Rudy is more on the non public sector side.
Okay,
Right.
I am on the public sector
She's
side.
on. Right. Yeah.
okay,
A do this, get this, because my
okay,
connections go, deep, far, and wide.
okay,
So
okay.
I'm working that aspect and trying to show, hey, be a good friend. I even mentioned your name yesterday, Rudy, when I was talking. Man, so many conversations. But anyway, I was talking to someone about an overview of looking at companies like
Mhm.
invest in. So got a couple of people that I talked to, and they're looking to, hey, we have these two companies. We want to invest into these companies. Why would you invest in them, and why wouldn't you invest in them? And if you
Right.
did invest in them, how would you steer that company? So now instead of just investing in a company, now it's like, okay, well, let's set up a conversation where you can talk about let's move this company that's making 15 million into 50 million. And how would you do that? Now, how would
Yeah,
you
Mhm.
advance that company? So now it's not a conversation of just you being an employee. Now it's
Right.
we're guiding you to the next level. Here's where the market is moving. Here's where people are at. Here's the things that you need to bring in house with these companies to get them to that next thing. So
yeah. And
Mhm.
and I tell and I
conversations that
tell
we all need to have.
I tell people when it comes to this technology thing, if you come at me talking about an investment, I'm gonna hang the phone up on you, right? Because the biggest investor is the federal government. And somebody asked, did I say I'm from the streets? Yes, I am from the streets. Um, and and I'm
That
a
was
street
deep.
peddler. I'm a street peddler, D. And
I love
the
it.
the AA program, just to set it off for you. If you get your AA certification, you get government set asides based on past performance. If you've done it before and you can prove that you've done it, you can get a set aside, no bid contract up to $4 million. I support three different AAs. They all do 20 million or more in revenue with the federal government right now, and The largest company has 3 employees, right?
And I was
3
gonna say, if you're
employees.
going through that, if you're going through that 8A process, you better hit the ground running because you only got 10 good years. So don't get an 8A and be sitting on it. You
Don't
better
be
be
sitting.
planning
You
now.
better
As soon as you get it, that clock starts,
say it
and you only
starts
get
and
that benefit one time. So you got to
one
make the
time.
most of it. And I think that's what people don't understand is that you go sit in these rooms and go to these conferences and they'll tell you how to get it, but they don't tell you once that clock starts, it starts running and it's going to run out because it takes a minute. So start networking now. Start filling out your paperwork now because soon as that 8A hits, you need to go.
You know, these
Absolutely.
these are my conversations, 20 million, 50 million. I talk about it every week on our other show. How again. So let's be honest. Let's have a really candid conversation, right? The candid conversation is this. We see where the industry is at in terms of not just in tech, but the world, right? Because tech is not just located in the United States, it's a global thing, right? Delta flies globally, right?
Mm-hmm.
They go international, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're looking at these things, we're looking at how do we take people, and this is not a problem that we need to solve, but this is a way to make money. Let me preface it this way. We got 120 million people that can't read or do math. Somebody's going to capitalize on them.
Mm-hmm.
We have 7 million men that have left the workforce. We got 2 million women that have left the workforce and probably some more coming. So let's round that up to 10 million, right? We also have majority of the United States can't read past the 6th grade, 54%. 54% can't read past the 6th grade. And then we got 800,000 manufacturing jobs that are open, 500,000 new jobs that were added last month. We got over how many tech jobs in cybersecurity open? Do you really think people are going to sit aside and just let these jobs continue to be open? And oh, by the way, that 120, 130 million that can't read and write cost the US 2.2 trillion. Do you really think people are going to sit aside and not start applying some automation, like they're already doing this in, I think, Minnesota, where they're saying, you know what, we can't find nobody to work in the manufacturing plants. Let's roll back the age in which kids can start working in manufacturing plants. So we have a mission, I think, just my own personal thought, not to save people, but to capitalize off of who is not there. It's already 2 jobs per person in the US. It's gonna happen. People are gonna work 2 jobs. I don't care what nobody say. It's just gonna happen. People do it now. If you work for Uber and Lyft, you work in 2 jobs, whatever the case may be. However, I'm simply saying, here's a way to capitalize. How would you capitalize knowing the technology that you have at your fingertips? How would you capitalize on that? And everybody get the lights up. I see y'all out here. We got 50 people in here. Get the lights up. We dropping y'all knowledge. We were talking about jobs. We talked about AA. We talked about contracting. We talking about be the solution. And then we talking about solving problems for the future and getting you more money, not just from a employee perspective, but be an employer.
And with free resources. Like we're not telling you, you got to come out of the pocket and pay. The Dev 10 program it's free 2-year commit to go and learn. And they're saying that our people get hired because you know what? We get them hired. At the end of the day, for me, the solution is each one teach one. If you know about resources, I am always funneling resources to people. I don't care what age. If you got kids in high school, I come across a program, high school, boys program, I send it. I send big field. I plant seeds everywhere because you don't know what is going to touch a person and when that seed is going to harvest. That's why we always say bloom where you're planted. You can't be in the industry like in nursing in the healthcare field for 20 years and then want to go start tech at an entry level. You got 20 years worth of skills. You have to go ahead and say, I'm skill building. It's a mindset thing. You know, when it comes to the community, sometimes people make things so much bigger than what it is. All we can do is reach out to the people that you can put your hands on. Luckily, we got Obama's web, and we can do that on a global scale, but it's not hard. If it's your church, you tell some people we got some programs out here, because if they don't use the programs, they're going to lose them. Period. So you can't yell and say all of so and so is getting our jobs. We don't have no jobs. Everybody's coming in and taking our jobs. You don't want to work them. You are not taking advantage of the resources that are out here. Even if you don't think you can get it, apply anyway. Apply, because you're learning. You're not going to get it overnight. Learning is a process. Tech, your career, and you're always learning. It is a marathon. It is not a sprint. The things that the people that we on this panel have learned over a lifetime has been built up over time. We didn't just come out of high school and be like, oh, we ready for tech? It was steps to this, one step at a time. Yeah. If you don't know Python, somebody said they've got Python. Hey, trust me, I done took 3 Python classes. And you know what? I'm still going to take another one, because you know what? That class, I didn't gel with it. Do I understand the concepts? No, but I need another course, because I know how I learn. And we have all of these resources at our fingertips now, where we don't have to go sit in the class. But you know what? If you need to go sit in the class, there's a program that you can go sit in the class if that's how you learn. If you need some help, you can come to the meetup and say, I need some help. Yep. And if we're not working on that, we're going to point you in the right direction.
Let me tell you what somebody asked me last night. On Pocket Watching with JT. They was like, I'm working on getting my Python certification. And I said, as long as I've been in tech, I have never seen anybody ask for somebody to have a Python certification. They just want to know if you know it. Now, Linux, yes, but I've never seen nobody ask for a Python certification.
Strange times we're living in, Tamika. we have a certification. Do you know how to plug up the keyboard? Certification.
It says
they got a certification for anything.
It says
if you can't use it, what's the purpose? If you don't understand it, you can go get all the search in the world. But like you said, if you don't know it, and you start to stuttering and looking down and looking around, and you're not looking up in your thinking pose, you're in trouble.
Now, what you was gonna say, Mario?
It says years of experience. So must have 2 years of Python, must have 2 years of Java, but a certification, that's why I'm looking. Listen, I walk around here like the neighborhood hope dealer. You run into me, I got that work. I'm handing out that work. Don't be calling me unless you want this work, right? And you're telling me I gotta get this certificate, and I'm like, man, you don't want this work, man. I got
Mario.
I got a backpack full of work, man.
Mario, I'm about to hit you up, man, because that's actually on my Twitter tagline, the cloud native hope dealer, man. We up here giving companies hope. Hope when they're hoping, when Delta hoping against hope, listen, man, we up here giving you hope. It's to be sold.
Like Big Boy say, don't call me if it ain't about that work.
I'm just saying.
Don't beat me if you ain't got no work.
Hey, man.
I tell them all the time, I don't eat wish me sandwiches. My homegirl told me that a long time.
Listen, like, hope is not the strategy.
Like I said, wish me. She was like, I don't do wish me sandwiches. And I was like,
nope.
I don't do wish me. I don't
and I'm giggling because and I shouldn't say this, but 1 out of every probably 500 resumes or submissions I get may be African American, and I'm here in Atlanta.
No. Say it again.
One out of every 500 may be African American.
Maybe.
They don't apply.
Maybe
they don't even. I'm like, are you kidding me? And internally. And I know no one from my company's auditing or listening to this call, because I would love it if they were. I'm here in Atlanta with 3 HBCUs, and I get no resumes from Clark, Morehouse, or Spelman. And I say, don't they teach CIS and MIS?
I'm not going to get into this conversation with you, Mario.
Are we gonna have this conversation?
Don't do this.
No, let's have a conversation.
All right.
We
All right.
have it here, and
You twisted my
we
arm.
have some of the most overeducated people that
No,
want to get
Dion,
another
no,
cert. I said,
no,
if you,
Dion.
why do you?
We're
get
not
that?
overeducated in some aspects.
No, here I'm talking about.
No, and
I said specifically here.
Okay,
I have
hold
had
on.
sessions with some of the most educated people.
Yeah.
That is a one cert. You even do it. I'm gonna get this cert. I'm gonna study
get this. I'm gonna get the cert. I'm getting the cert.
You don't need no cert, but I
do.
do. I get people with 400 degrees. Would you just apply to the job? That's your task. Go apply.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on, D. Really?
Nah, there's no. Listen, she a left. Oh, you got rid of her. You don't want to hear what she had to say no more. You kick.
I didn't do it. She did it.
Listen, it's weird. Like I feel like all of us, especially in tech, if you're not in tech, if you're looking at this game from outside the crystal ball, you think, oh my gosh, tech is burning down. Like we were at Afrotech. It was the most funniest thing and embarrassing. Afrotech had their end of the week party. And if you don't know what Afrotech is, it's billed as the largest tech conference. We'll talk about that another time. But it's here. It'll be back here in Austin. I'm in Austin, Texas. And they had this party, and at the end of the week, they're like, we see all these people, tech layoffs and all this stuff. And I'm listening to the MC talk about it. I'm like, that's not exactly true. And while yes, there are layoffs, and I'll even get into what happened to me, the layoffs are not indicative of the market. We still have more jobs in tech than we have people to do the jobs. Mm-hmm. People are getting laid off at these companies because, of course, as a business owner who has employees, right? We do public and private sector for cloud native work. The best time to lay off people is when everybody's laying off. Has nothing to do with the financials. And if you lay off at the beginning of a quarter or in the middle of your fiscal year, when you get to the beginning of the fiscal year, which normally for Microsoft and other companies starts around July, you look better on the balance sheet, right? Absolutely. If you're talking to companies that are mid-market, they're not laying people off. Companies that are small businesses, like the company that you mentioned earlier, Mark, they're not going through massive layoffs because they don't have shareholders who are telling them lay off people so our stock can look better. But you have to understand what this isn't even a tech situation, it's just business. This is business being, I'm gonna tell this business being greedy is what it is, right? Because you're not hurting for cash. You're the most, profitable record. Beautiful. Your balance sheet is balancing. It's balancing. It's doing just fine. But at the end of the day, you should not, if you're not in it, or if you're trying to make a move, you got laid off, you shouldn't be scared. There's plenty, and tech is not the only industry where tech is used. That's right. We're talking about Delta Airlines.
I bring that up on the other show all the time. Like I said, you have not heard about any of the insurance companies that tech layoff. You have not heard about the NFL laying off. You haven't heard about those places. So when we talk about, okay, well, you have Trader Joe's, where Trader Joe's got tech. Kroger, one of the biggest store, grocery store in the U.S. who bought Albertsons.
Shout out to Publix. Publix runs Kubernetes.
Publix as well too. Chick-fil-A has a tech team. All these places have tech. So stop. And I said this in the beginning. People are like, well, why you don't never promote Amazon and Microsoft and the Mang, whatever it is now? I say I don't point them out because I know that you can go other places and be just as successful. And then if you feel like you want to make the jump to them, then go make the jump. But you don't have to start at Microsoft. You don't have to start at Amazon. You can start at Dollar General. Dollar General has tech.
Yeah, and your reason why, right? Granted, every industry is gonna function different, right? You work in healthcare, and then you're in the healthcare industry, right? You're not in the tech industry. You are a tech worker who's working healthcare. No more than you're marketing in the tech industry. Yeah, you're in tech, but you're marketing, right? At the end of the day, though, every one of those industries has their own cadence. That's more so what you should be concerned about. Do I like this field? Do I like my employer? Right? You want to do finance? Go into finance. You want to do travel and transportation? Delta Airlines, Michelin Tires, Jackson, Harvard, the airport. They all run. It's all over the place.
BMW has a whole DevSecOps team.
Yep.
Ford has a whole DevSecOps team. General Motors has a whole DevSecOps team.
Yeah.
Ford has a whole DevSecOps team. They have site reliability engineers. They have Kubernetes. They have cybersecurity. All these places have these teams. You don't think Tesla got a whole DevSecOps team? You don't think Toyota, one of the biggest uses that Toyota has is Red Hat. They're one of Red Hat's biggest customers. Toyota,
but they're doing it. They're doing that on that side. You're not even getting into the autonomous stuff. Like there's so many areas and so many industries where tech is used. You can't I have to work for a fan company. That can't be your only focus.
So my question is though, and I know y'all have covered it. Where the bras at? Cause I don't see the bras. And y'all just named 6 companies, 6 brands that I have direct tech relationships with. Like I said, I hand out work like the neighborhood hope dealer, right? But I am laser focused here at Delta, and I'm here in Atlanta, and I need more people of color, right? That want these roles, because we're in again laying off, and there's the rule of 72. You do it in January, and then you have the rest. I know you talk finance all the time. What's so interesting about your conversation. So yeah, and the Afrotech thing, yeah. But guys, I am here to let you know I'm a friend. I'm a supportive, and I want to help people who are in your group, who are supporting you. We can set it up, and I can share it with you as the recs come out. As they hit my inbox, they will hit your inbox, right? And everything that I'm doing, I will share it with you guys. And we're just ramping up. I mean, it's the 25th of February. Let the world tell it. Delta's on a hiring freeze. I ain't. If it's a hiring freeze, I ain't seen none. If it's a hiring freeze, I ain't seen it. Right?
Hey,
but
listen, I would. Somebody's ticket just got purchased right now, Mario. Someone just bought a flight while you was talking.
Listen, and just yesterday, an announcement came out from a company called Kyndryl. Kyndryl is they used to be a part of IBM, right? But they just won a huge contract with Delta, right? To help supplement the crew IT platform, right? It's called Kyndryl, right? And Kyndryl is my executives start calling me, say, Mario, anybody work at Kyndryl? I say, yeah. Did you see the article where they won this work with Delta? I said, yeah. They're like, so what? I said, I wrote back, what y'all want me to do about that? Yeah, I got people who work at Kyndryl. I got 3 classmates from Florida A&M that are all in a leadership, some type of middle management role at Kyndryl. What y'all want me to do? Because y'all don't leverage the people I know in Atlanta. So what you want me? Yeah. What? So I'm saying this to say that this was just announced. So this is like you said, lift and shift. They're going to overhaul the whole entire crew IT platform at Delta. The shit is homegrown. It's been in since the 70s. Since the 70s. That's
a lot of work. It's a lot of work there, Mario. A lot of work.
Since the 70s. So if I was anybody, and I'll shoot you the link for the article, Tanika, because Delta writing checks, man.
Delta got plenty of money.
They got plenty of money, but we not applying for the jobs. And people say, well, I went on careers.com. I went on Delta Careers. I said, man, by the time the job get on Delta Careers, it's full. It's full.
Oh, yeah, it's full. Yeah. So I'm gonna answer a question that you had, Mario. Mario, you said, where the bros at?
Where the bros? I mean the bros and the girls all the time.
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, no. What I've seen, unfortunately, and Tamika will attest to this, when we've been in tech for a long time, right? The people who are in tech now, right, due to social media and everything else, I think IG, I think Twitter, all that stuff is great, but a lot of people in there, they're in it. They're not in it for tech. They're in it for clout. And it's the way that we as a people, right, have marketed the tech industry. The tech industry, we marketed like we marketed a rap CD, right? Yeah. We're not marketing the actual benefits of it. But if you go, again, if you go around us when we're there, most of us, we're doing marketing. You working for a company who has tech, but you're doing marketing, right? But we're not having the engineering conversations, right? Like, I'm gonna go on out and say this with it. To me, now we had this conversation. You go to Afro Tech, there was maybe 1 or 2 sessions on tech. 1 or 2 sessions on tech. You got 12,000, I think was the number, give or take, was the turnout of Black people here in Austin, Texas, where we have a good chunk of Silicon Valley have moved their headquarters right downtown. The Army went ahead and reorganized their entire organization around Future Command, which is now based here in Austin, Texas. And in north of us, we got Fort Hood, and in south of us, then we got Cyber Command with the Air Force. All of this tech here, federal and state and local, and then all of the private sector, right? And everything at Afrotech was marketing.
Social marketing, music and entertainment.
It's marketing. It's a wheelhouse that I would say, unfortunately, we have not gotten out of, and it's not necessary. But if you look at some of the culturally elected figureheads of Black tech, right? Some of them, not all of them. You're put out there the same way you'd be put out there if you were looking for sneakers, or if you were looking for purses or cars or whatever it is, right? It's like, that's not how tech is. Like, you leave our country, right? You go travel the world, you go to a non-Black nation, right? Where there's very few of us. You're gonna see tech there. You go to Amsterdam, there's tech there, and there's Black people working in tech, right? And they're doing everything from help desk to systems administration. They're doing everything from development, DevRel. They're the CEO. I'm talking about my boy Kelsey. Kelsey been in tech. There's no degree. It's just hard work and learning. You have to have a mindset to say, listen, I'm going to go ahead and come in. I'm going to learn a craft. Tech is nothing more than what used to be metallurgy, what used to be, craftsmanship, carpentry, right? It's that same field. You're building a skill. You're building a technology that you're going to be able to take with you, right? Whether you invent a new process, whether you continue to become a lifelong learner, like Dee was talking about, hey, Python certification, you have to have a mindset. We got to get out of this, hey, it's this clout there, hey, I'm in tech, woo! That means something because you may never have heard about tech before, but at the end of the day, there's millions of people in tech. And what I've seen the biggest innovation come from, man, is I've seen it coming from women in Linux, from the female side, people like Tamika, people like Dee, there's other ladies in the industry where they're opening the door up. But for us, right, I had a conversation with the ladies who do, I think it's a Black Girl Code or whatnot, doing the program. Mm-hmm. Wonderful group of ladies. I said, this is not your job to do. I said, but there's no Black Boys Code, right? As far as the brothers, right? The men who are outside of the workforce. A lot of the men I know who are actually coming in and actually taking that initiative are the blue collar dudes. I don't know if you see that too, Mara, but the blue collar dudes who are like, they may have been an electrician, right? Or they may have sold, actual pharmacy. And they're like, hey, man, I picked up a Python, but why? Because a brother of mine, he worked for a tech company and I see how he moving. So let me go ahead and Google, what's this Golang about, right? What's going on with Groovy? What's up with this? Because I'm seeing these jobs stuff out there. And a lot of that initiative, a lot of that exploration it's coming from it. You just have to have mindset. Say, listen, I want to learn something. Let me develop a skill or a trait. But we're marketing this whole thing wrong.
I can give you my perspective on what I get. So a lot of people come to me and they say, why don't you ever show people your cars or the things that you have bought or the real estate or anything of that nature? Now, people who come to my meetup, they probably have seen that. People who come on here and I may show a car too or something like that. But on Instagram, to go and post, I just went and bought this new Ferrari from blah blah, all from my tech. That's not my thing, because that's not the message I want people to get. The message that I want you to get is, if you can stay in this industry and be in this industry for 10 years and make $100,000 for 10 years, you have grossed $1 million. You max out your 401k, you make other investments, you then turn around and you bring in also other people along the way. You start your business where you're not just the only person that's going into Delta or going into Kaiser Permanente, because they got tech too, to work, where you're now the person who understands how the business move and understand how people move. You create the business, now you bring in other people, and now you let those people work for you in the businesses that you have worked in. So now you're making, instead of you making the $100,000, you got 10 people that's making $100,000.
Right.
Because you're making more than that off of them, by the way.
Yeah.
Just because a company give you a job for 250, right, doesn't necessarily mean that they're not gonna make no money off of you. They're gonna make some money off of you. Remember that, right?
Yeah.
And so now we just have to understand how these things, how everybody plays a role in tech and where you can land and put your feet at. You don't have to. If you say you're not a technical person, okay, that's fine. But I'm telling you, you last longer in tech if you're technical, but you may be very good at being an instructor. So you can
Project man or
design
something.
classes.
Yeah.
You can do project management. You can go be an agile coach. You can help. You could be one. You could be the solution where you just come in, you fix the problems, you give people a guideline, and you're out. You can be that person.
I share with folks, Tamika, uh, uh, governance, right? Governance, change management, right? Change management, like you were just saying, project management, but change management. Because when you adopt a new system, right, somebody has to go around and make sure that everybody is on board using it. But well, even before you adopt it, you have to be able to write that
Mhm.
transition and articulate that transition. So if you have an educational background, right, and you can write a lesson plan, right, and you don't feel that you're being, well, we know if you're in education, you're not getting paid no bread anyway. So if you can write a lesson plan, if you can look at a child on the first of day of September and say that child is going to learn this, and then at the end of the year, give that child a test, and that child knows this, and this, quit your job in education, become a change management expert, right?
Yep. Hey.
Get into change management, right? And
Mhm.
double your salary. And if you are in the tech space, get into change management. That's why I mentioned ITIL, ITIL.
Yeah.
Learn incident management, how to report, all of that, those things where you don't have to be technical. You don't have
Yeah.
you know how to read? Can you read? Get the agile, get the idle, get that stuff, and come out here and
Right.
put the applications in. And like you say, you gotta apply. To hit a home run, the first thing you have to do is pick up the bat, right? You gotta pick the bat up. So pick the bat up.
Get in the game.
And get in the game.
Don't. Mara, let me piggyback on what you were just talking about, man. Like, I know teachers who, they're in the industry, they're dealing with their bureaucratic nonsense, and we say this: we don't pay teachers enough in this country.
Absolutely not.
They're doing God's work, right? At the end of the day, they don't get paid enough. There's a bunch of different fields who don't, but teachers, they don't do it, right? Because at the end, they're up here, they're almost like a barber, right? They're up here, they're a counselor, they're a therapist, they do all types of. Teachers need to get paid more. But if you're looking to make a career transition, everything you listed, tech writing, being able. I have books in here. Tamika got books. I'm sure you got books, Mario. We don't. My background is in engineering. I don't sit around here and work, even though I know how to read, write, cursive, all that stuff. Man, I write like I'm writing code. But there's people who companies hire to say, hey, there you go. There's people that companies hire just to go ahead and make sure that this document that the engineering team wrote, that's readable for everybody else, because that's not their job.
I have 2 open recs right now. I have 2 open recs for Learning Designer 2. Learning Designer 2, right? Learning Designer 2, technical writer. That doesn't have to be, you don't have to be a technical writer. You have to be able to put technical writing into formats that people can understand it. So I'm gonna say it like Joe Madison says. You have to put it where the goats can get it.
Put it where the goats can get it.
Put it where the goats can get it. So I have 2 recs right now, just opened up 2 recs for Learning Designer 2s, right? Great paying jobs. If you've done curriculum, if you've done anything, so they look for someone who's done curriculum before, someone who does creative. So if you know photography or creative design or graphics, that's the skill set that they're looking for, because somebody has to make this technical. Why are we moving to this new system? Why? And you can buy content from the provider, right? But it's in the provider speak. It's not in our company speak. They're not speaking our language. So you damn near have to translate it. You have to take what's coming off the shelf, and you got to put it where the goats can get it, right?
Yep.
And so those Learning Designer 2, 3, we have Learning Designer 1, 2, and 3 roles that we can't fill. And I go to my educators, all of my folks that are in education. I say, yo, man, how much bread you making? Oh, I've been here 10 years. I'm good. I'm making 50. 50. I throw myself in front of a train. Oh, Mario, you making 50? You're making 50. Oh yeah, to do this bullshit, I'm throwing myself in front of the first model train that come down the track.
Look, I'm glad you said it. I'm tired of it. Look, I'm glad you said it.
Listen,
I'm tired of being the person to say this.
Tamika, 100, I'm still in the soup kitchen. You pay me 100, I'm still probably around here with my hat out somewhere on a corner like this.
Yeah.
I was talking about arms.
I'm so glad you said it.
But shit, so 100,000. I'm getting payday loans trying to make it on 100,000.
So I'm glad you said it, because when I say it, people are like, "Oh, Tamika, you being bougie." And I say it all the time. People come to me and they be like, and I hate this stat, because what it tells me is you have no mental capacity to move past it. I hear this stat all the time. Only 10% of America makes over $100,000. Now, if we divide that up and we break it down by Black people, it's not a lot of Black people. It's not a lot of Black men. It's not a lot of Black women that make over $100,000. And the question I always have: what the hell are you gonna do to change it? Stop quoting the stat and change the stat.
I'll change it.
I'm just
Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm just here to listen. I some of the stuff I say in jest, but I'm serious about it. I'm here. I'm a resource. I can, like I said, I got this work, right? I got this work, and
we got a whole other show. We got a whole other show called Binary Hustlers. Don't
and so y'all, if I could be of any support, to you, Tamika, your organization. I think what you and Dee are doing is fantastic. Definitely, we gotta hook up. We gotta make it manifest beyond this. Rudy, I got you. You're in Austin. I'm there for South by Southwest. I'll be there for the entire week. I'll be there for the entire week.
Hey, don't leave me out. I want to
go. Come on through.
Come on back home. Come on back home.
I got. Don't even worry about the pass because I got the premium pass, and I just hand that bitch back behind my back. I take it off and slide it back to you like we used to do back in the day. We all if one person get a Beyonce ticket, we all get a Beyonce.
Yeah, everybody got a ticket. Yeah. Hold my shirt.
I'm gonna go in and test every door outside the stadium and see what can open. And now you might have to climb the fence to get in, but I'm gonna make sure the back door.
Mario, I got the connect. I got the connect. I got the plug. I already got a plug. We good. We got a plug.
Okay. I'm just saying, though, I'm from these streets, and we'll all go see Beyonce.
Hey, we from these Texas. We slang zeros and ones.
Listen, Tamika will tell you how we be moving in and out of all these conferences. Listen, people be like, wait, who? Where y'all? Listen, all day long. Did tell you too? That's there you go. Exactly. Everything they got.
I'm gonna push you down on ultimate game because one of my partners, his brother's an FBI officer. And he has a badge that says FBI. It's an official FBI badge. But you look underneath it and it says brother of an Federal Bureau of Investigation agent, right? We've been getting in Super Bowls, Beyonce concert, Jay-Z, we flying to Paris.
What'd you say? I'm about to rock with the people.
For 35 years, we've been showing up VI. You know what I'm saying? So look, bro, we'll push it to the outer limits. They're like, oh, sir, how many people are with you? He's like, me plus 8. Damn, FBI agent bringing 8 Negroes from the street into the party. Like, we with him. He with the FBI. So
that's right.
We got work.
Let me jump on top of what you said. Over here at ThnkBIG. Over here, most of our engineers are all black and brown. We're all U.S. based. We don't offshore. We on near shore. We're spread out across the United States.
Fantastic.
Right? We have office here in Austin, but we are a distributed company. But you look around at our ranks: black, brown, male, female. Right?
Yeah.
I am not looking for black engineers. I just know black engineers, and I know them all. I'm looking for the best of the best. And so the people that we have here, we have the best engineering talent. If you are looking for a job, you're looking to get into Kubernetes, you already in it, right? You got your operation cert from AWS, you got DevOps cert from Azure, whatever it is. Go ahead, hit a Mario, hit me up. But it's plenty of money out, plenty of jobs.
Listen, I need that Rosa, boy. I need Rosa.
Listen, we have a conversation.
You already know you do know we're a Red Hat partner, right? And you do know we do OpenShift. I ain't gonna talk about it.
Hey, Mario, we AWS, Azure, GCP, a CNCF member. We got you covered, my man. We got you covered.
Listen, I need that, boy. Woo.
Digital, we got it all. Let's talk. I'll give you a taste. When this over, We'll talk about some rolls. Let's see how much rolls you can handle.
Right. Let's take the orders.
I want you passing out. I want your pies disrupting and backfilling because your potatoes are dry.
Listen, my rich uncle is not Ed Bastian, right? Ed CEO of Delta is not my rich uncle, right? It ain't my money.
I understand it. I
need all that rolls.
Right. Let's see who want to talk Kubernetes after later on tonight. Okay. Who want to have an open shift Kubernetes real discussion? Rudy, I pay you for your time.
If you do have some people interested in the conversation, just ping me. I'll send you over the job description that and I'll send it to you, and we'll get this thing popping because it's not on the list of stuff that I gave you.
Right.
So, but Rosa,
we can talk Rosa all day long. You
already know. Mario.
And this is what I hate. Look, Rudy, they tell me they put the job description out. Somebody needs 15 years of experience with Rosa. Ain't nobody got no 15 years experience with Red Hat OpenShift. The shit ain't been around for 15 years.
It ain't been around for 15 years.
It ain't been around.
I love the 10 years. Like, we need 10 years of Kubernetes experience. I said, first of all, you don't have 10 years of Kubernetes experience because it been around 10 years.
Because it hasn't.
So let's have this conversation again.
But that's the trap. That keeps us from applying. That lets us know we see that and we're like, well, I don't have that cert. What? Listen,
Mar, you know what we do over here? Mar, listen, I'm gonna make you love Kubernetes when we done have this conversation. You see that 10 years?
I can't spell it. But I got 3 data centers full of it. Right?
Listen.
Let me go back here and get some Kubernetes for you. Oh, is this the Kubernetes? Is it in a red box or the green box? Hey, listen, I gotta run, but you guys have a wonderful day. If you do get that conversation going later tonight, I'll give you the road.
It's gonna happen later on.
Okay, I'll give you the Rosa. Just ping me. I'll shoot you over the job description for that Rosa Red Hat, Rosa engineer. I need architects and I need engineers. I need developers in Rosa and I need infrastructure guys in Rosa. 2 different skill sets, right? And you know that, Rudy. You got guys who can develop in Rosa and guys who can handle the infrastructure. 2 different roles, 2 different GMs that are looking to fill the positions. I'm handing out this work, bro. I got this.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Absolutely.
So thank you, D. Thank you, Tamika, for allowing me to share my shtick with the group.
We appreciate you. It's been a long time no see.
I love what y'all are doing, and let's I'm gonna do a better job of supporting y'all this year. All right. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Mario.
So Rudy,
man, listen, y'all need to have him on. That dude's right. we need to redo this at South by. Redo this at South by. Bring the cameras, going down to 6th Street, going to post up, or go down to Capitol Factory. Have this conversation. It'll be a lively one.
Actually, we want to do an in-person event. I want to do a Women in Linux in-person event, like our YouTube live, the stuff on YouTube, like right now, in person, where we can actually have the audience. We can have some food, we can have some drinks, where we actually are talking to people. I want to set up like a workshop or like actually like, you know, maybe it's a 5-hour half day type of thing, but I want people to be able to touch and feel. Like, I'm really big on touch and feel the keyboard.
Touch and agree.
Like really get into it and understand it, and feed into that. I also want people to be able to mix and mingle with each other. What is it like? Like, we hadn't gotten a chance to get into your background, so let's do it now while we got a little time left here.
Sure.
How did it come? How how did Think Big come about? Why Think Big? What purpose are you trying to serve, and what problem are you trying to solve? And how can the audience help you solve this problem?
Sure. So the way the company came about wasn't the best of circumstances, but I was working for a game company in LA, and I was newly married at the time, and I got laid off during Christmas week, about 2 days away from Christmas, and I kind of seen the layoff coming. I think everybody knows when the layoff is coming, but the company wasn't doing too well. And leading up to that time, I had been having conversations with some of the other engineers, since I supported them, the other developers, about, hey, what are your plans after this, right? And we kind of kicked around different ideas, but I went ahead and started making some initial moves. I was like, well, I guess we would need a phone number. At that time, Google Wave, I think, was the thing that was out, which ended up turning to Google Voice. But long story short, I had started making some initial moves to set things up, and then I got laid off. I went ahead and came with the company name for ThnkBIG because I needed a vehicle that I could use my brain and that needed to be big enough to support me and my family no matter what happened. Just being a man, it needed to be able to grow, change, and adapt to whatever the situation was. Right. So the premise was initially for myself, but the dream was to be able to have other developers, other engineers, the best of the best people who are passionate about technology, who are lifelong learners, who operated in excellence in technology, and just their character and their integrity, to build a business based off of that, to serve clients, to serve companies who you were either in tech or tech adjacent, or you utilize and consume technology. And so that was the impetus at the time. That was back in 2009. We were doing web development. There wasn't this big push for cloud or whatnot. And it grew a little bit. We had a couple local LA clients or whatnot. So we were able to, do some really cool stuff. Over the years, I kind of started off as I matriculated through the tech industry. I was doing container work back when .cloud was shepherding the whole Docker project, and Jerome was over .cloud. That was around 2013. Built out an OpenStack and entire Puppet environment for Harbor Freight when I was working for them. So as I started going through this whole DevOps before DevOps was the thing, right? It was more of a mentality rather than an actual position. The company kind of took a back burner. And then during the pandemic, things changed for me. Went through a couple of life transitions and went ahead and had a run-in with someone who I would say changed my life from the standpoint of their mentality and their focus was about connecting with like-minded, lighthearted individuals and making sure that they could bring the best out of them from a business standpoint. And so we went ahead, we got together, we were just talking, hey, I have my company, I'm doing this. And she was like, hey, I do, marketing and operations. And so we just started talking and, hey, let me look at what you're working on. And lo and behold, was able to relaunch my business, right? It had always been the dream, but, God brings people into your life and like you or, everybody where you need to go to another level and you're going to get there through people, through connections. Correct. And so I was able to go ahead and relaunch a business with this lady's help. She runs a successful marketing and operations company called the Need Planner. You actually go to needplanner.com. There's a whole message, a whole move behind this. I'll get into that later. But we're able to relaunch the company. It's always been about cloud native. It's always been about helping companies adopt those technologies. My background, again, is in systems administration. So prior to me having my company, I've always been in the tech. Always had Macs, always had PCs. And My most recent experience just working for myself privately was working for companies like Xbox, working for companies like Bethesda, building out Kubernetes environments in greenfields, right? Building games on Kubernetes. Prior to that, working for telecom companies like AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, building out OpenStack environments for them and then shifting them over to Kubernetes. And so I took all of that experience. I was like, this Kubernetes sector is very brand new. Containers are very brand new. Cloud native is very brand new. And I had the privilege of being able to kickstart a lot of the stuff. So when I was working for Mirantis, I actually piloted and helped create, so to speak, the what would go on to become the CKA for the CNCF. Back then, it was just, I think, it's the Mirantis Kubernetes Administrator exam. And I was one of the first people to go through that course. And we taught Kubernetes back in 2016 for companies who were looking to make a shift. And then I ended up doing more Kubernetes work. And so most recently was laid off from Bethesda after having built out their entire Kubernetes platform, built out their observability stack, built out their CI/CD pipeline, work with different studios to put their games on Kubernetes and basically have the most efficient containers and the most pleasurable experience, right, for our customers when they're interacting with our games, right, from a technical standpoint, making sure that the vision of the studio gets to the customer and they just have a wonderful time. And if you do any research in gaming and whatnot or around video and with Kubernetes, we use some of the same methods. But during that time in my life, I was able to relaunch my business, and we've been able to do really great work with public and private sector companies, managing Kubernetes clusters, building Kubernetes clusters, making sure that applications get onboarded into them, the whole cloud migration or app modernization or digital transformation, whichever vertical you fall in order to get your product to market as quickly as possible. Everybody wants the same outcome. Right. And Kubernetes, it's a container management system. It's an orchestrator. It gives you the ability to have something that's up 24/7, 365. And if your application is built correctly, you can do everything from play a game on Kubernetes. Yeah, I'm just saying, you can do everything from play Kubernetes to run a jet.
You say if your application is built correctly.
If it's built correctly, Kubernetes. I'm a fan of vehicles. I'm a big car nut. I love all-wheel drive vehicles. So I love Audi, but what I love Audi more is I love Mitsubishi, specifically their Lancer Evo, right? This Japanese supercar, and other cars like it that have all-wheel drive like the GTR. They make the driver look like the hero, right? They will take a novice driver and make them look like they know how to drift, they know how to take a corner. But what you don't know is it's actually an all-wheel drive system underneath that's doing it for you. That's what Kubernetes is. Right. It makes you look like you know how to do it. All of this stuff at scale. But on the back end, it's the scheduler. And at the end of the day, it's the app team, right? It's the development team. It's the infrastructure team. It's the operations team working hand in hand together to create a wonderful experience. So, but yeah, so that's in a nutshell what we do. We focus on CI/CD productivity. We focus on observability. We focus on app modernization, cloud migration.
Do you care what cloud? Do you care?
No, we're actually partners with all three major cloud providers. So AWS, Azure, GCP. We're also partnered with DigitalOcean. We also do on-prem. So we have extensive experience with Kubernetes.
Do you care about the database?
No. Don't care about your database. Don't care about your cloud provider. Do I have my own personal preferences? I do.
You have your own personal preference, but as a company, you don't care.
No, don't care. No. At the end of the day, our job is to make sure that you can do your job with speed and save time and money while you're operating your application, whatever your widget is, right? So it could be agriculture, it could be retail, construction, automotive. We don't care what that is. We care from the standpoint of we're invested in your success and your outcome as a company. But we're not pushing products for the sake of pushing products. We're up here, we're cloud native. That's our first focus. So making sure that you as a company are not locked into a vendor. You can pivot at whichever point is best for you and your business and your product.
Do you have a 3 year to 5 year plan? What's your monetarily wise? What's your goal monetarily wise? 3 to 5 years.
So our goal right now, within the next 3 to 5 years, I would say to hit about 400 million in revenue. That's our goal. I would say the bigger goals that I would put outside of money is more of the strategic side, right? So building out our public sector side of things, which we've had conversations about that. Private sector and public sector run two totally different ways, and I love private sector. I don't like red tape. So it's probably why I do a lot of cloud native work and not proprietary work. Right. But our goal is around making sure that our workforce, that we stay trained, educated, certified. We're able to do upstream commits, right? Our schedule, we build in that time to our staff where we can go ahead and take a percentage of the work week and make those upstream commits, right? Be a part of those communities. The other piece is around education. We have some education initiatives that we're working on to bring people who are not already in tech, but they want to be in tech, or they're in a different part of tech and they're trying to make a transition. And so making sure that they have all of the courses, the classes, the resources from a personal standpoint, from a technological standpoint, right? Where you can come in and we're not going to ever come at you and say, read the fucking manual. We're not going to hit you with the RTF. We'll tell you stories about it. We won't do it. But I'm a firm believer that nobody in tech knows it all, right? Like Mario was talking about with Delta. Having worked with large, very large companies, we know how that goes, how programs get greenlit. And the person at the top, they're being told what they have to do, and they're leaning on someone who told them that they could do it, whether they could do it or not. Right. And at the end of the day, people, unfortunately, you have successful and unsuccessful outcomes because people are not honest about what you can actually do. And it's not, well, you don't know it. That's not an issue. The issue is you want an outcome that is not actually possible, but you promised it. So instead of going back and say, hey, listen, this outcome is actually not feasible, but we can do this. Why is it not feasible? Because it's not technically possible, right? And I think that gets lost on a lot of people. So for us, we're not over committing our engineers to say, hey, listen, we want you to build a Kubernetes stack on the moon. Can we do it? It can be done. Will we be the ones doing it? I will train your astronauts to go ahead and build your Kubernetes.
They're already doing it.
Yeah. So, but having those conversations, be able to do it, right? We had worked with one particular client, and with that client, what they wanted something that someone sold them on. And they wanted it in the time frame. It's like, you don't have the engineering staff to do it. So in order to do it, here's what we have to do. And you either have to go ahead and accept those terms, or you have to have more conversations and provide the additional training and resources, right? As a business owner, you've heard this before. You can have time, you got money, but you can't have both.
Right.
Yeah, that's not possible. So you have to be able to get from point A to point B, knowing that you can't have both time and money at all points. So how are you going to get there? And then that's where we come in and having those conversations with our partners and with our clients.
It's indirect conversation, but that's a conversation I had this week online because I was thinking, about the whole idea about cooking and cleaning and doing all the other stuff, right? If you are in tech and you're cooking, cleaning, washing cars, cutting grass, right, taking care of kids, the most valuable thing you have is time.
Yeah.
And so now you have to figure out which one is the most important to you and the order in which that is. And say, okay, well, look, I can't do it all. I may have to hire somebody. I may have to get a service to do such a thing. But it's not the fact that you are being it's not the fact that you're being bougie or you're being complicated or whatever adjective you want to put in front of that. It's the fact that you realize I need I need this time to do this thing in this company or in this in here. I don't have time to do this. I can outsource that in order to
Right.
get this done. And,
Right.
and that's what a lot of and with that mindset, that is something that happens in business all the time.
Correct.
Good.
It's frustrating because the unfortunate part about being on it's not the engineering side, but being able to see behind the veil is that you see how many technical issues are created because someone will not open up their mindset to, hey, there's a better way of doing this, right? And because you won't, a lot of organizations end up churning through engineers because you don't treat them well, right? You cuss them out, you don't treat them well, or you create an environment where they can't learn. And so much of what we do is helping those companies discover those cloud native applications and adopting them. But if you're an organization where you're going to be pretty much, L7 and just we're only doing this, you're going to have a problem. If not from the technical standpoint, you're going to have a problem in the marketplace because you're not able to adapt, and you have to do a lot to create that culture. So with us internally, we always have a culture about learning. We're not going to throw out these esoteric terminologies or just really be standoffish from the standpoint of don't ask us questions. There's something we don't know, and guess what? We'll go ahead and get the answer. Have no problem saying, you know what? Let us find out. Let's go back and we'll come back with an answer for that, right? After we've gone ahead and researched. So there's a lot of two sides to that coin, but being able to have that conversation and answer the business case and be able to speak to the business value that we bring, right? And putting that value back in the VAR, right, for our partners. And then at the same time, being able to address the side of engineers and say, listen, this is a place where you can grow. Your skill sets are not going to come here to die. We're not going to put you on something that you don't want to work on. And we're not going to create an environment where, you said, well, no engineer should come in and be asking these questions. That's not our place, right? This is a place where free flowing information goes back and forth. There's no such thing as a dumb question, right? And you may have plugged in that power cord 6 times before and it came on. Now it's not turned on. Okay. You're not going to get fired because you're just not turned on. Let's find out why. Maybe there's a problem with the cable. There's a problem with the power supply unit, right? Maybe it's a problem with the grid. But technology and success in business is about consistently learning, consistently being able to admit you don't know everything, and you have to go back to the well and keep drinking and keep pouring back into yourself and pouring into others.
Right. So now, with that being said, what are some of the skill sets that you're seeing that are in big demand right now? We know Kubernetes, but what are the other things that you see that are in big demand from companies?
So a lot of skill sets are going to be around configuration management. They're going to be around things like, I'll speak in technology terms like Terraform, Pulumi. There's AWS Blueprint. There's CloudFormation, right? For the Azure side, there's going to be Bicep and ARM. There's HCL, which is HashiCorp language, right? For GitHub Actions, and then also for Terraform. There's a lot of conversations around CI/CD pipelines, right? Mario mentioned Tecton. There's all types of pipelines from GitHub to Drone to GitLab, right? Jenkins, you name it. The skill sets are around the technology, right? We can almost pull up the entire CI/CD. You pull the entire CNCF landscape and say, yeah, each one of these technologies are there, right? Being able to write code and being able to write code at a level where you cannot just write it, but you can make the business case for why you're writing this piece of code. If you're not interested in being on the dev side, being able to, have that DevRel conversation, being able to translate technical jargon to business leaders and be able to say, hey, here's the business value. Here's why, right? Here's how we're going to make your infrastructure, your application, your cloud modernization, this entire project that you're trying to do, right? Here's how we're going to go ahead and make it scalable. We're going to make it reliable. We're going to make it secure. And we're going to save you time and money, right? Everybody speaks time and money language, right? You may not speak dollars, but you speak cents, right? At some point, time and money is going to be the de facto standard of, okay, well, what is it that we're doing? It doesn't matter what your passion. You write Python all day long. But if Delta cannot utilize that Python script, if they say, we need you to write Golang, all right, so now you're going to learn, you're going to be a polyglot programmer, right? You're going to need to go ahead and shift. And, big words left. But you're going to go ahead and shift to learn another language. Or maybe you're not needed as a developer anymore. Maybe you're now needed to go ahead and do observability. Maybe you're going to have to learn PromQL, right? Which is the language of Prometheus.
But you mentioned something. You mentioned something, observability. What does that mean, Rudy? We don't know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So observability is the newfangled word for what used to be monitoring and then logging and then alerting. And then logging, monitoring, alerting, and so on and so forth. But basically, observability is the ability to be able to see inside of your application and your infrastructure and be able to take that information and read it as usable data, right? That's the entire observability. It's not just, we have Prometheus, we have observability, or we have Grafana, right? Do you have data? Cool. You have structured data. You have logging, great. You have structured logs. Why are structured logs important? Is that information going to your directors? Is it going to your BI? Is it going to be consumed by something else, right? All those ones and zeros mean something, not just from a troubleshooting standpoint, but from a business leader standpoint, right? I need to know how many people hit this application at this time. And when we spike, or better yet, let me not even use, let me use real world examples, right? You're watching The Last of Us, right? You're into the show. How come we got 3,500 help desk tickets from Atlanta, Georgia, between the third and fourth act of this particular episode? What the hell happened? And now we have all the logs. We have all the metrics. We have all the data. And I need that on a spreadsheet. I need that on my desk in a format that I can understand as the director. I need that by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And I just told you this at maybe 9 o'clock at night. Do you have systems that can get that for you? And are you able to pull out the tracing? Are you able to pull out the metrics, the alerts, the logs? Are you able to coordinate all of that stuff with the scale and the IOPS from the Kubernetes clusters that ran, right? Are you able to pull all that stuff out and match that up to the time code of the show and tell me what happened and how is this affecting our bottom dollar?
And not only that, put that in the context of how we gonna solve it too.
Right. Right. So this you told me the problem is, what's the solution?
What's the solution?
Right. That is business. That's how. And the funny thing is, like I said, it's not too different from any other industry, right? Be the solution. # be the solution. It's the same issue. When you call up a plumber, you call up your HVAC technician because it's summertime, but you're getting cold temperatures where you should be getting cold temperatures, right? In a certain part of your house. And it should be 72 degrees, but it feels like it's Antarctica. What's the problem? They're going to go ahead and look. And now they're looking at logs. They're looking at logs from your thermostat, right? You may have to coordinate with your electrical provider. All of this stuff is what observability is. And it's how you go ahead and go from problem to the solution. So we take you from pain to gain.
That's you back there acting said, let's put you on the Well, yes, I agree. So, but I wanted people to understand, like, I'm not badgering anyone here. What I'm simply saying is a couple of things. I'm saying, stop listening to people out here on these YouTube streets or whatever that tell you that you can't get in tech or getting in tech is hard or that getting in tech is you're not going to immediately make $100,000 or whatever the case may be. It is really depending on how you sell yourself, what skill sets you have, what companies you link up with, and what you go after. Because you could go after a big company and they may not value your skill set because they got 50 more people like you. But you may go to a smaller company that may value that skill set and they don't have nobody like you. And they may pay you that $100,000. They may pay you that $150,000. It's really on where you go. Right?
Yes.
You all gotta understand, like every move is that you make towards tech is day by day. It is understanding where you're going. You need to understand where you're going. And last but not least, as I say it all the time, stop trying to do everything in a silo. Stop trying to move in a silo. Get with people, ask questions, look around, attend conferences, virtual conference. Go to some of these online events that AWS, Azure, Palo Alto, CNCF have, O'Reilly have. Ask questions. Get in there in the room and ask questions.
Yep, absolutely. And let me address this. And so if you saw the website, I'm gonna give it to you again. It's www.ThinkBig, THNKBIG.com.
I got it. It's right.
Okay, very good. Cloud native infrastructure reimagined. Just make sure I put that out there. But I have to address this. You have people in tech. You have our people who are coming into tech, and you're coming in one of two ways. Either you're trying to make a career change, right? Because you're tired of what you're doing and you need to make more money. Or you're in tech, but you're like, man, something's not happening, right? Either you don't feel like you're getting paid enough, or you may be getting paid, but you don't like the environment, right? You're not getting the it's not innate, but you're not getting that feedback, the warm and fuzzy. You're not feeling appreciated. You're not feeling the love. When you find yourself in those positions, right, you need to go ahead and ask, what is your why? Your why cannot be, you know what, I just am here for the money. If you're here for the money, you're not going to last too long. While there's money to be made, we will frustrate you. Tech people are peculiar people, and people who work with tech are peculiar people, meaning we think with a certain type of the brain, right? And for some people, that just bugs the mess out of them. It don't matter how much money they're making. The other side of the coin is you may end up around people who, and we still have some people like this in our industry who are gatekeepers, right? They're part of that, not an old guard, they're just part of an older generation or a different ilk. And that can be a lot of times depending on how they came into tech with the gray beards and whatnot. And they don't feel that you because of your skin color. Only time I say it, because of your skin color, because you don't look like what they envision an engineer. You didn't go to a school, or you're not some scruffy little kid who, you know, hacks in the middle of the night, right? Maybe you have a social life, maybe you listen to hip, whatever it is. A lot of times in our industry, there's a divide that's there when you're around people who they've only worked with a bunch of white people, right? All their engineers look like a college professor, right? And, you know, I don't know, state university or state college, whatever you want to call it. And so their mindset is, if you don't look this way and you don't talk this way, then you must not be an engineer. Well, they're not going to give me the shot I need. They're not going to promote me. They keep promoting other people. They hire outside resources, right? And then when I talk, they don't listen. They say, hey, you're not speaking clearly. Whatever that is, get rid of all of that in terms of your mindset. Oh, that's holding me back. At the end of the day, the thing that's going to win your arguments is code. Being able to speak about your craft with intelligence, being able to show the value that you bring to that organization, keep it on while you're there. Nobody in tech, nobody who's banging on the keyboard, banging out code, working with these cloud providers, no one cares about what music you listen to. No one cares that you don't like raisins in your, you know, potato salad. No one cares about none of that. And here's the other thing. No one cares about the car that you drive. No one cares, because you work with people who they can buy whatever they want to buy. They come from all backgrounds. You got people who coming over from Sri Lanka. You got people who are coming over from all over the place. Chennai, Jamaica. You're dealing with people who are either here in the States, or the people who you need to make sure you outwork and hustle. They're coming from, listen, tech is my gateway, but they don't flaunt their stuff. They're not out here talking about the same conversation. So they keep it on the why, right? This is how they're making money. You go over to India, you see all the tech that they're working with. Those countries weren't like that 20 years ago, right? But this has been the way that they've leveled up.
Like I say, every country has their thing. Israel, their security.
They got security on lock, right? And listen, most of the tech startups that come out of there are security focused, and they are the best of the best.
Right. And when you look at Israel, when you look at anything India, they were big data for years. They were doing Spark for years. Spark for years.
And if you listen to them, if you listen to anybody who's around our age, right, 40 years, maybe 50, they'll tell you, you know what? They had some cobalt book. They found some book. Something was left off in the trash or under some rock or whatever, right? And they had the computing that they had was very, very meager. But they were like, this is the ticket. We are getting out of here as a country. And so they come with that level of excellence and they share that knowledge. And that's what, as a company, that's what we are about. But that's what we have to start doing as a people. There's no gatekeeper in terms of Google. There's nobody on the internet who's going to sit up here. And if you hear someone tell you, hey, listen, I'm the plug for IT. You know what? I done put all these people on. That's great. But guess what? You can put yourself on. You know what it is? Go to your local library and get a book. Hop on Google, hop on YouTube University. Go ahead and get a podcast. But you got to start changing what you're inputting into your mind. Because if all you're inputting into your mind is things that have nothing to do with where you're trying to go, then you're going to miss the boat. One of the biggest things that we talk about, Tamika, all the time is that we consume a lot of stuff. But what we're supposed to be consuming, we don't consume, right? Like our group, our culture, that's what we do. We produce a lot of content, but we consume it. We don't consume the content that's actually going to take us where we need to go to, right?
We don't consume the content that's going to pay us, right?
No, not at all. Right. Not at all.
And, you know, the other part of this is while I was pocket watching with JT last night is because he was talking about everybody selling courses. Well, the Linux Foundation sells courses, CompTIA sells courses, people who partner with CompTIA, such as Shadowsoft, they sell courses. Everybody sells courses. Everybody sells courses. The question is, just because they sell it, what are you going to learn and what you going to do with it? That's the thing. What is going to be your end? What's going to be your end result? So don't get caught up that somebody sold you a course. Go see if it's legit. Go see if people are hiring for that. Go see if somebody is even graduated from that program or whatnot. What are they doing? Where are they going? How did they act? Like, who did they encounter? You know, who did they network with? Right. Those are the things that you should worry about. Not the fact that somebody's selling the course, but what are the outcomes and the results of that course?
Right. And like with us, like we have our learning stuff coming online shortly, but the difference, and everybody who's watching this, you can do your own research on this, and it's not going to take nothing more than maybe 5 to 10 minutes. You look at every company that's out, right? From your GMs, Microsoft, Google, Meta, on down the line. Maybe the person who started the company had some money, maybe they didn't. Maybe the person started a company, maybe they dropped out of high school or college, maybe they didn't. But I guarantee you that company did not get to where they are today as a Fortune 100 company by working in a silo. They worked in the community. Learning, the best learning is done in a community. We're all here. I'm learning from Tamika. Tamika's learning from me. We're all learning from each other in the chat. This is how learning is. At the end of the day, selling a course and putting a course, hey, I got a course. Cool, great. But again, you break it down. The beauty of our people, we are storytellers. We go ahead and transfer knowledge through this. This is how we've done it. It's been like this since the beginning of time, right? We tell stories. We share that knowledge. We're raconteurs, right? And through doing that, we're able to lock that information in and actually have some context, actually have some application to it, right? Your mom, your grandmama, how you learn how to cook, you ain't read it in no book. You learned it from who?
You learn by doing and sitting there watching.
Right. But I'm saying, but somebody taught you at the end of the day. You was watching somebody in the kitchen. They say, look, come over here. Come watch how I'm doing this. Right. Break those eggs, clean that chicken, whatever it was. You learn by doing it, but you learn in the community. So yeah, this whole selling a course, that's great. But if you don't have a community to back it up, you don't have a community that's going to support you every step of the way, like we will and like we do, you're going to be out there kind of floundering around trying to find your way.
Now this is the one everybody always want to know, right? So when working in tech and working in Kubernetes, we'll just say you got a CKA. Let's say you got an SRE certificate. Let's say you got your certificate in Gremlin, right?
Yeah.
Let's say you got your CKA and you got your AWS cert.
Yeah.
You go apply for a job. And you do good in the interview and you do good with talking to everybody and they make the job offer. And they come back with a job offer and they offer with those 3 certs, they offer you $60K. Should you take that?
Do you have another job? Are you in need of the job? If you are, take the job. you take the job. Listen, you have to go ahead and be your own advocate. If you need that job, you take the job. But I would say this, that job is going to teach you more because you're actually applying those certifications. Mm-hmm. You out here trying to find, well, someone's going to pay me this money. You are only worth what someone is willing to pay. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say it again. You are only worth what someone is willing to pay. And at the end of the day,
willing to negotiate. I'll say that.
Well, again, but who's doing the negotiating? Is you on your bed?
I'm negotiating. So I'm gonna say this. So I would say with those 3 certifications, I wouldn't take $60K.
Again, I say this. Would I take it? No, but they're not gonna offer that to me.
Oh, but what if they did?
That's again, we're at the wrong place. So something is wrong. Listen, something is afoot. Something is wrong in the state of demo. However that thing goes, something is wrong. Because if you find
what would your expectation be just for the 3 certs? Just a general. You don't have to give like a specific number, just a range. What do you
with the CKA, I wouldn't take anything less than 140. Okay. But again, if you just came out and got your cert, that means nothing to me. Now, right. You go ahead and show me, okay, you got a cert, but you can do everything. Like, I mean, everything from you can build the container, you write the code, you can go ahead and package the code. You can drop it into a container through a CI/CD pipeline that you created, or you can bolt onto our existing pipeline. And then you can go ahead and time that up with some metrics, with some logging. And then you can go ahead and have the cluster pick it up automatically and deploy it. You can scale the cluster up, scale it down, add the ingress, add the service mesh, right? Do everything that you need to do. And then we actually hit that application on some sort of front end, right? No, you're going to get paid whatever it is that I got in my budget. I'm going to have to go, listen, I need more money because that person's going to go ahead and save me. Man, I can fire somebody because that person is here. And that's what it is at the end of the day. So you have to go ahead and bring that value.
Right. And I think what happens is most of the time people get caught up in the fact of not understanding what that value add is. And what that, not necessarily just also what that value add is, but also pulling out in the interview what they're actually looking for. In the interview, people, they have an idea what they're looking for, but they really don't say exactly what they're looking for. And so you have to kind of piecemeal what skill sets the people that you're interviewing with have, and then where you fit in at, so you know day one when you walk in, you hit the ground running. Okay, these are the things that I need to be aware of. This is why I may need to brush up on, but this is my problem to solve because this is what they're passing on to me on this team.
And that's where you have to do your research and your due diligence about who you're interviewing with and why, right? You need to go ahead and look in the news, find out what initiatives they have, what are their goals. So 2024, we saw it did digital transformation for Delta. Okay, so all of their jobs that they are hiring for are going to line up with that budgetary number, right? That's their goal, and that may be a project that is going on for the next 5 or 10 years. But they're ramping up now. They're going to hire on this end, and they'll let go, as Mario said, for those who did not get converted. But at the end of the day, your value is specifically to you. There's people who you've hired and I've hired who have 0 certification. We hired them because they were some dogs when it came to learning. They demonstrated a certain level of acumen and a certain level of interest in what it is that we needed them to do. And they said, yeah, this is what I can do.
We finna get into this conversation. CTO
I'm just saying.
CTO advisor, I see you out there. What's going on with you?
Yeah.
So this is a question that comes up often, all the time, right? And I think this is a battle of generations.
Yeah.
I think this is a battle of Gen X versus millennial versus I really do, right? Because when I'm talking to millennials in age down, everybody's like, why you don't have no certification, right? So I'm being serious. People are like,
oh no, you are, and you're right.
People like, how can you get hired without a certification, right? And
These people were not around.
CTO advisor,
they knew.
CTO advisor, you're more than welcome to join the stream if you prefer. You can drop the link. However, this conversation comes up a lot, and people are like, well, if you don't have the company is requiring that certification, right?
Right.
Because on some job recs, the companies are like, oh, you ain't got no cert when you're hiring. And then some companies like, we really don't care about your certification. Can you do the job?
Exactly.
Now, here's a question. Now, not from an employer standpoint, not talk from an employee standpoint. All right. Do you think having the certification matters when you're in this day and age? Do you think the certification matters?
The certification, that conversation will be different for each employee and for where you're going to work at. So if you're working for a company who says, listen, somebody has a bonus, somebody has some, this again, I'm coming at you from an employee standpoint, but as an employee, don't be ignorant about where you are in the wheel. If you are this little cog, again, you connect up to the big cog, right? So you have to understand how that whole machine works. But as an employee, does it matter? What matters first and foremost is, can you do the work? The entire point of getting a certification, it's for people to go ahead and put a bow on top of their skill set. Certifications were never meant to be like, this is the entrance, right? Now, it can be the entrance because the assumption is if you have a cert, to me, you have your AWS Cloud Operations certification. Well, you have a certain level of acumen to have gotten through the test. And then at that point, the test is just proving it. Nowadays, people just go ahead and test for the cert. And again, you come in, you wonder if you went ahead and gone to an interview, you got 6 certifications from every cloud provider, and you throwing out all the jargon on the wall, all the keywords, and they didn't hire you. It's because your actual expertise did not come across all the keywords. And that's what that is. So, but it does matter because at the end of the day, if you do know your stuff, if you do have that value, then the certification is actually going to give you more money, right? The certification is a justification for your manager, for their directors, right? To give you that bag. It's to say, hey, listen, in our organization, how we're structured, we said we needed someone that has X, Y, and Z certs. Well, now they qualify for this position, or now they are qualified for this bonus, right? So it depends. But I would say get the skill set first.
Yep. What's going on, Keith? How are you?
What's going on? Y'all out here preaching truth today.
It's a Saturday. We're making it feel like Sunday, though.
We binary hustlers over here. We slang.
I love the employer's perspective. I am an employer, and at the end of the day, I just care if I can get the job done. Can I meet my client's needs? Like, do you have the skill to? I don't care if you have 2 master degrees or you barely made it out of high school. I just want to know, can I make, honestly, if I can make money off of you? At the end, as an entrepreneur, can I make more than what I pay you? If I can make more than what I pay you, then we have something to work with. And I think one of the things that Rudy, you were teasing out earlier in the comments and why I jumped in. One of the things after you gain a level of experience, you kind of know your value on what questions to ask, because sometimes it's the wrong, as your point, that sometimes the wrong requirements are on the rec.
Right.
Maybe the hiring manager didn't open the rec, didn't design the rec, and he or she has a problem that you can solve. It's your job to bring that up in an interview and sell your value. How many times have you folks looked at people who have recs opened up specifically for them after the interview? Like, oh, you know what? I didn't have a job for them originally, but they solve a whole nother problem for me.
Absolutely.
I didn't even know I needed somebody who could manage the CI/CD pipeline. I just thought that came with Kubernetes.
It just
I just thought that came with Kubernetes, but evidently I need somebody with that skill.
Right.
Yeah.
And the other part of like the whole tech conversation, and like, so again, it's the employer, the employee, it's being the solution, it's solving for problems, but it's also when we bring it all back in together, is knowing when to make that shift. And I think a lot of times we have a problem with making that shift. How do I go in to a place and not be the employee and then start making the shift to be a consultant? And I think it comes in time. I think when it happens, when you realize, I really don't want to work for nobody anymore. But I want to work for somebody, because you still got to go out and get customers. But I don't want to do it in where I'm doing the day-to-day work. I want to be this person, or I don't mind doing the day-to-day work, but I don't want to show up every single day, 5 days a week. I want to get in and get out, right? Well, so when did you all make that shift? When did you make that mind shift? Keith, you can go first.
Okay, so for me, it was I'll tell two stories. There was 2 points early in my career. So I was that guy with all the certifications in the world. Like I think it was circa 2003, between 2001 and 2003, I might have taken 50 certification tests and passed 45 of the 50. Like, I'm not exaggerating. If I were to roll down my credentials, my legacy credentials, I have an MCSE, CNA, CCNA, CCNP. I have all of the acronyms. And I thought I was the stuff. And I went out and got a big contract. It was it's 2000. It was actually 2000, or right after Y2K mess. And if you're old enough to know what I'm talking about, you're old enough to know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. So right after the Y2K mess, I thought I was smelling myself. And I said, you know what, I can make a way. I have all the knowledge in the world. And I went out as a consultant, and 8 months later, I was filing bankruptcy because I had no idea of what I was doing. Mm. I just did not have that depth experience that Rudy was talking about. Like I had book knowledge, but I didn't have it's where the truth came out. I had a manager that told me, Keith, it takes 10 years to get 10 years of experience. And I didn't know what that meant. I thought I had, I slammed all my tests. I had the book knowledge, but I just didn't, I didn't know how to navigate the political spectrum of organizations. I didn't know what the true value of a consultant brought. It took another 10, 15 years of grinding for me to get that experience. And back in 2016, when I broached with my wife the idea of going back on her own, there was some arrows in the back. She was like, wow, I trusted you once before with this, and it didn't turn out too well. How is this next time going to turn out differently? And I had receipts. I was prepared with the answers. I knew where 30% of our revenue was going to come right off the bat. We already had 30% of the revenue that we had needed that was doing, on the side. I had a business plan where the other 70% was going to come through. I had a red line that talked about what would happen if we fell beneath a certain amount of revenue and pipeline, what it meant for me to go back to work. I actually did. I went to work for VMware. Tamika, you remember that? I went back to work for VMware for 6 months and then restarted it again. And now we're back on the track. So that there's some practicals. I think the if you want like measurable things, know where your money is going to come from. Now, I'm not talking about money for the first 6 months. I'm talking about money for the next 3 years. Like where, after you land that first project, where's the next project coming from? Like that, getting the, like where that second, third, fifth, sixth, and seventh project going to come from is when you're ready to strike out on your own. If you only have a pipeline that says I have one major project that's basically staff aug for the next 6 months, you're not ready to step out on your own.
What if you got one major customer?
Or you only have one major customer. I know people who've made a career off of one major customer, but they're basically an employee that doesn't have to come in every day.
Right.
That's not truly what I would classify the type of consulting that I do.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And Rudy?
For me, it was 2 points. The first one was back in 2009 when I first started the company. The second one, it came in 2 waves. The first was I went through a divorce and my company wasn't going anywhere. I tried to go ahead and get it going and it could not grow. It couldn't go anywhere. And thankfully it did. So, but the divorce and then literally maybe 2 years after that, I was looking around. I'm a single father and I'm like, you know what? We're not treading water. We're just above. But in order to do more, I would have to either go ahead, change jobs, get a second job, and I would have less time than what I need. And on my job, what was happening was people were leaving, and I kept getting asked to do more. Hey, you're you built it. You're the expert. You had a conversation with the VP. You have the conversation with here. You have the conversation with the partners, and people are referring to, oh, this is our in-house consultant. He's the SME, and they're referring to me like I don't work there, but I work there. and I think at a certain point, you kind of know that where you're at, and then you have other people telling you where you're at, and that's how you kind of know, okay, it's time to go. So at that point, I was like, let me take the next phone call I get that someone's asked me to do. I'm gonna go ahead and take it. Let me see if I can run both of them. And I made more money working the business than I did on my 9 to 5, getting paid very well. And it was like, you can't go back because you need more time for this. And you can go ahead and onboard people who ask you, hey, listen, are there more of you out there? When people had a conversation with, hey, you know anybody else? Because we could do a whole lot more. As you said, Keith, how much money will make off you? Give me more of you so I can make more money. It's time for you to go ahead and leave, right? When your income from your business exceeds like by 3 times what your 9 to 5 is, or you make it in a month or 2, it's time to go.
Yeah, and to follow that up, it's that gets to the crust of it. You have to know how you add value. Like how does the thing, and Rudy was talking about this earlier, this is what got me to join the conversation. I don't care if you're a DNS administrator. I really don't care what you do. At the end of the day, what is it that the thing that you do technically, how does that bring money to, let's call out the worst types of business. If your company sells cigarettes for a living, how does you being a DNS administrator help the Philip Morris sell more cigarettes or not get sued or not or meet regulatory requirements? How is the thing that you do brings value? Because once you become a consultant, you're selling on value. Like I can find anyone, I can train somebody to install Kubernetes. That's not why I'm hiring a consultant. That I have bright people and I can send them to school to do that. If you're coming in and you're helping my developers develop applications faster, which means that I get to market quicker than my competitors, that's value, and I'll pay for that. Otherwise, I can hire a kid from school and teach them how to install Kubernetes.
Yeah, yeah, and that's honestly, we had to revamp our messaging because it got to the point where when we're having our calls and we're having these meetings, we're saying in the meeting, but it was like, you know what, just put it on the front of the site. So you go to our site, it says save time and money. Just cut straight to the chase, because at the end of the day, you're hiring us because you need to get to market faster. Why? Because the person who sets your goals and your bonus told you they need this tomorrow. They need it today, but tomorrow will do. And so that's all that matters at the end of the day, is saving time and money.
You can, look, Tamika, we have friends at Google that got laid off. These are premier engineers. They know their stuff. They can be as good as they want, as you would want someone to be. But at the end of the day, corporations are ruthless.
Yep.
If they can do without you, they will do without you. The only reason why you're there is because you're still adding value, and they haven't figured out how to do without you. They and this is something that I encourage people to, and it's living on the edge a little bit. So, but this is how you know you're ready to become a consultant too. Automate yourself out of a job. Figure out how your organization won't need you anymore, and go and do that for someone else.
Yep.
Because that has value. That's their goal anyway. Their goal is to make sure they no longer need you. They need you today, and they would like to not need you tomorrow. So just embrace it. Figure out how to make that happen. And as you're figuring out that, you've figured out the formula to adding value for what you do, and you can you can make a whole career out of that.
Yep.
Keith, let me piggyback on top of that. When we were doing DevOps, it was, hey, automate yourself out of a job. And one of our engineers was like, why are we doing that? I'm like, because the job's not necessary, and there's jobs that have more value that we need to get to. So automate yourself out of this job. Like, if you're here a year, if we're doing the same thing a year from now, we've done something wrong. And so to that end, right, you have to be able to sell. And this comes back to the age old thing, always be selling, right? But you have to know how to sell your skill set to speak to that business value. You get paid not because of your good looks, not because you got to your point, Keith, because they make money off to sell. Listen, you're going to go ahead and pay me more money because if there's a job up here that's a senior or whatever, and you can 10x or 100x my value by putting me in that role, right? That's all it's about.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, I'll tell you what cameras I use. I'll send you to the links to where I get my light boards. I'll do videos to show you how to do them. I'll tell you whatever you want to tell you, because if that's what's keeping me competitive and somebody hiring you versus me, then I'm bound to lose my job anyway. Because I'm not pushing the envelope, and I'm not adding value on top of that. What they can't do is talk about how when I need to get up the next day and tell the SVP of a Fortune 100 that we're not hitting the KPIs for moving workloads out of a data center into another data center, and they're going to have to pay a $10 million penalty, and I don't have a plan for that next day. If that value isn't there, you know what? You can have the clearest video, the best sounding stuff, the most well-produced thing you can have. But if you don't have that experience, and that's the thing I did not understand when my then manager told me it takes 10 years of experience to get 10 years. I have so much failure in my career that I can look back onto and I can draw against. And I also have so much victory that I can do, that there's the value, and I've learned how to package and sell that value. And if the goal is to become a consultant, it is to know more than, you know what, I know how to create a manifest I know how to create a manifest. I know how to manage. I know how to deploy EKS. Let's be honest. It's hard. Like what we do in this industry is generally hard because it takes training, but it's not brain surgery. Like this stuff, this stuff ain't.
And that's what I was saying.
We're trying to get people to get this money because it's not that hard.
Right, and that's what I was saying last night in the comment section on this particular show. I was just saying, like, look, it's to get in tech is not hard. What's hard is having the discipline, the routine, the steady guide, the time to do the things that you need to do to get to the next level. If you don't put yourself in a role where you're disciplined enough to study, or you're disciplined enough to reach out and contact people, or you're saying, I am stuck, I need help. If you're not doing those things, you're going to be sitting on the sideline, and life just keep passing you by. And you're going to keep saying that, all the tech jobs going to be automated with ChatGPT and AI and robots anyway. So ain't no need of me getting in there and doing nothing like that. But you will always be on the sideline.
Yeah, the chat. I don't think not to get off the topic, but I don't think any of us will ever have to worry about ChatGPT automating ourselves out of a job. Like, if that was if you're worried about that, then you're not doing it right. Like, I can honestly say that if you're worried about ChatGPT doing what you're doing, you're not adding value today. That is, you're in danger. If it's not ChatGPT, is going to be offshoring to Pakistan or India or China. If ChatGPT can replace what you can do, then I can find offshore that does what you can do today. I don't need to wait for ChatGPT.
Right.
Yeah, and like for us, we use ChatGPT all the time, but we use it to speed up learning of certain things that we may not already know, whether it's the industry or someone say, we're using this particular process. It's okay. Well, let's spit out. Give me the business value. Like, we have a prompt. This business value of this particular thing, and show me how that's back into my business. Right? We feed it enough information on our business. Well, okay, make it connect. Maybe we don't see it, right? But to your point, if you're sitting up here like, it's gonna take my job, you need to go get more skill. You need to level up your skill set, because it can't. If you've ever done anything in tech, right? If you've driven a car, let's break it down, take out tech. You drive a car, someone lost their job when everybody switched to automatic transmission. But someone else did not lose their job because they added more value to the manual transmission and made an even better experience.
The classic example is bookkeeping as a industry. Before spreadsheets in the 60s and 70s and before, if you wanted to do a simple what if, things that we take for granted, you have, your ledger and cost of goods, etc. And you want to say, what if the cost of goods raised up by 10%? How would that impact my profit? Back before spreadsheets, there were actually people who took hours or days to retabulate that on ledgers, on tabletop spreadsheets. Then, Lotus 1-2-3 came along. That's really dating, folks. Lotus 1-2-3 and Excel came along, and now you can do this in minutes. The bookkeeping industry disappeared from that perspective, but the number of accountants that arose as a result is amazing. So there's this destructive nature, creation of destruction and creation. Yes, things like ChatGPT are going to destroy low-level value, but you have to keep raising above that value. I used ChatGPT just yesterday to write my promotional email for my virtual event. I just simply said, hey, ChatGPT, write a promotional email for the CTO Advisor virtual event, hybrid cloud, that happens on this date. For the most part, pretty good thing. And I just went through and replaced the keywords that it assumed that the virtual event was right with the details of my virtual event, and it resulted in 10 more registrations. That was like, instead of me laboring over, this, how to form this basic email, I had ChatGPT do it for me, and then I added value on top of that. That's how you use ChatGPT.
Yeah, I was gonna piggyback on top of that, saying we ended up using it to craft our ICP. Right, we have an ICP, we have customer journeys,
ICP.
And the ICP is the ideal customer profile. Ideal customer profile is a profile that any business that's worth their salt has created in order to effectively sell and effectively spend their marketing and advertising dollars to attract you as a customer, right? And they will also have a customer journey that they will put you on that you are unaware of in order to bring you in, right? And at the end of the day, they either have it written down or something they already know how to operate. We needed to go ahead and codify it and put it in our system. Had ChatGPT go ahead and spit one out. I already knew what it was and already had it written out. The added value is, what if ChatGPT is wrong? What if the AI has it wrong? Or if it's not detailed enough? The value, which you talked about, it takes 10 years of experience to get 10 years of experience. If you don't have that 10 years of experience, you're going to just blindly trust it and then wonder why you're still failing. Or you're going to blindly trust and have a measure of success, but not the maximum success that you could have because you don't know what you don't know.
And then D Linux, I want to look back in the chat session and talk about, this problem with gatekeeping, which is a real problem. That I'm not dismissing the challenge of gatekeeping. How do you get around gatekeeping? You go to communities where there's not gatekeeping. Women in Linux, great example of a community that's all about breaking the glass ceiling. Stop investing in organizations and people that are not investing in you. Find communities.
Hold on, Keith. You got to repeat that. That's because they're gonna ask to run that back. I'm gonna just say go ahead and repeat it.
Stop investing in communities that are not investing in you. That's not returning the one thing, and I think we all can relate to this. All three of us. What we didn't have is the open source community and communities in which we can go out and learn and break things and be okay with being a noob, etc. We did not have such a a nurturing environment when we started out. I envy the folks that's starting out today. I don't envy your debt and all of that, but I do envy the tools. the tools, the community tools at your disposal. There's been times where we've seen it throughout Black history, we've seen it throughout women history, that there has always been gatekeepers, and the only way to get the information about the thing was at work or at school. That's no longer the case. You can find communities that are willing to do what I just said. Well, I open the kimono. Somebody asked me, they're like, can you send me a presentation, a typical presentation that you send to the client? Absolutely. Here you go. God bless you. If you can win a deal off of talking to a client based off of what I can send you, hey, here you go. The more people who, especially what I do, the more people that do what I do, the better it is for me right now. So, but at the end of the day, there's only one Keith Townsend. There's only one Tamika. There's only one Rudy. Right. You have to be confident that your unique perspective, whether you're augmenting it with ChatGPT, whether it's open source software, your unique perspective, and this is something that I'm passionate about, your unique perspective has value. And it's up to you to figure out how that unique perspective and that unique value adds to someone else's bottom line and value, and you will have a very strong career in technology.
Correct.
Because very few people can do that.
Right.
No, it's very rare, and you have to be able to push. You cannot wait for people to go ahead and open up a door for you. And when I say that, you may have things in front of you, but you're not seeing them from the correct perspective. You may need to change your viewpoint on it. I'm gonna say this, and I know Tamika, you have something to say. I would not be in the Linux space if it was not for me getting laid off. I got laid off a number of times earlier on in my career, and I had one kid, and I'm married, and I'm like, I just got this job, and I know I need to transition to Linux, but they're not going to let me. I got laid off from that job, and in the span of 4 months, I sat down and said, okay, I've applied to all of these companies, and the thing we got taught all the time, well, we need you to have experience. Well, I don't have the experience to get the experience, right? You need Red Hat experience. Well, I've never used Red Hat before. I'm familiar with it. We need Ubuntu experience. Well, I've never used it, but how do you get the experience? Company I worked for at the time was a hardware company. It was Harbor Freight. They hired me as their Mac help desk / Mac administrator. And my job was provision all the Macs because I grew up with Macs. Apple is my jam. And I had a bunch of them in front of me. And they said, hey, just let us know how many you need to order and we'll order for you. Okay, cool. And they said, well, how are we going to manage these Macs? And I put forward a proposal to my then manager. And I said, well, we need to use this thing called JAMF, J-A-M-F, Casper Suite, right? And they're a company out of Minnesota, been around for a long time, and they manage Macs with this GUI interface. Well, I put forward the proposal. I said, this will cost us a couple $1,000s to do, but we got about 200 Macs in the creative department. Here's how we'll manage them. It requires one Red Hat server. Well, the manager the next week, she decided to leave. And so it was me and the director of IT. And my proposal's sitting out there. I don't hear anything back. The second week goes by. And I'm like, I'm on a contract. I said, you know what? F this. I'm going to go ahead and do what I know I need to do. So I said, you know what? Let me see if there's another way to manage. So I hopped up on IRC. I started Googling. And I was in one chat room. And I started Googling. I was like, how to manage Macs. And this thing came up. It's on about Puppet and Chef. I never heard of Puppet or Chef. And as I'm digging through, and this is 2013. So I'm digging through, see an article written by this dude named Greg Neagle over at Disney. And he's in LA, I'm in LA. So I'm reading about, okay, they're doing some stuff with Puppet and Chef. And I watched, they had a how-to. I'm like, oh, snap. How to go ahead and show you this thing called a Puppet Master. And I watched 1 or 2 videos. Went ahead, I was like, well, I need a virtual machine because I don't have any PCs. They don't have a lot around. I go over to our VMware department, back when it was a VMware department. I say, hey, I need a VM. What you need it for? I need to go ahead and test some stuff on. It'll be about a month and a half for you to get a VM. I'm like, all right, whatever. So I was like, I know there's another way. And so I was already running Windows on my Mac using parallels of VMware Fusion. I was like, I know I can go ahead and install Linux on this. So I put it on my iMac that I had, and I was getting to a certain point. I don't know a Fusion Passenger. I'd never done nothing with Rails. And when I'm looking through, I ended up on an Ubuntu forum for Fusion Passenger, right? Fusion is spelled with a PH. I'm getting real sweaty with this tech talk. So I go up on it and I see somebody was like, oh, here's how I solved this problem. Here's how I got Ruby on Rails installed. Here's how I got Fusion Passenger. So I reached out to the person. I said, hey, I need your help. I got a deadline. I need to install this, and this. And I'm on a Mac. And this person was also on a Mac. I could tell from the screenshot. This person went ahead and hit me back with a GoToMeeting link. And they took control of my Mac. And I talked to them for maybe 2 minutes. White dude somewhere in LA who helped me out and got Fusion Passenger and the Puppet Master running on an Ubuntu VM on an iMac that was on my desk that was not provisioned for any of that. I recorded the whole session. And when it was done, he was like, so what you do is take a text file. Let's go ahead and put, test.txt inside the text file. Okay. And then I want you to go ahead and delete it. All right, delete the file. And we set a timer for wait 5 minutes. Pop back up. I was like, wait a second. He said, do it again. And did it again. And so we went through the logs. He said, this is what it's actually is running this and it's preventing the drift. I'm like, I got it. Cool. Thank you. I never heard from this dude again. What I did, I went into storage, asset management. I told the dude, I was about to leave. I'm going to go grab a Mac Pro Tower, the big one. Put it up on my desk the next day. I pulled the video up, went through step by step. I'm doing this whole thing. It's going to be my Puppet Master. By the end of the next week, I had 30 Macs controlled via Puppet. Within 2 months, I had the entire art department running on Puppet. By the time my contract expired in 60 days, I had the director of IT. I had taken over the manager's office, who was across. She had a glass office. And I put all the new Macs that came in. And I was telling the help desk, listen, we can cut our time down from 2 days to deploy a Mac to 15 minutes using Puppet. And I had a whiteboard on. I still got a pictures whiteboard. I had automated deployment of Firefox to set up a printers, to set up a user accounts. I did everything automated. He said, so I see you over here doing your thing, you know, your automation, we call it your junior Linux thing. Said, how would you like to bring those skill sets over to the Linux side? You can automate our Red Hat and Ubuntu system. I was like, are you serious? He said, yeah. I said, I'm not a permanent employee, so we'll change that tomorrow. Made me my offer. and that was it. And my tag, but the guys who were on the team and the help desk, they were like, well, you gotta follow protocol. You can't just do. I was like, listen, I'm gonna ask for forgiveness. I'm not asking y'all for permission because I need to make money. I'm not gonna get fired again. You're not gonna lay me off. And that dude who's the guy who was over me, he eventually got fired. Now he stayed doing help desk, he never went above. But everybody was telling me, I got called at so many meetings in help desk. You can't just take assets out of the room. So I'm gonna tell you what I want to. And I'm setting up shop over here. You can't just take over this office. Find me a manager who's over me. And then when y'all figure out what you're gonna do, let me know. And I'm still up here automating stuff. I started consuming every Mac that was there. And by that point, you know what I got asked? The next day I got asked how I got the Kubernetes. They said, Rudy, e-com department. They said, yeah, we do this dev test for our website, Harbor Freight website. Every time we have a new virtual site, new product, but it's taking us too long to get a virtual machine. Do you got something for us? I said, I think I do. I read this article about OpenStack, set up a private cloud, because at the time, Harbor Freight did not want to do anything with AWS. The owner, Eric Schmidt, he said, I need to control all my data. I don't want public cloud. I went ahead and learned how to do OpenStack, created a private OpenStack environment, started feeding VMs and instances to the econ department faster than the VMware department. And next thing I know, I got a job offer for double that income from another company to do OpenStack. They were using Mirantis. Learn Mirantis and how to go ahead and use their whole system. Mirantis calls me and says, you're coming to the Bay Area for an interview we see with Symantec for OpenStack. Yeah, come stop by our office. They made me an offer. And then I ended up doing Kubernetes off of that. It's better to go ahead and do not ask for permission. Ask for forgiveness.
Oh, I got something.
Ask for forgiveness. To ask for permission. That's my story.
Yeah, you the one you're bringing back. My friends, Randy Bias is actually a friend. He's a friend on Facebook, the founder of Mirantis. But I'm hearing just so many hints of my conversations with Kelsey Hightower, who made you who made you the king of Linux? Like who made you the king of open source? I can't.
Who made you the Kubernetes?
Who made you the king of Kubernetes? I can't. What do you mean I can't? And I am a huge fan of asking for forgiveness versus asking for permission.
I want to pause right there because this is. I want to say it from this perspective because you all are men.
Mm-hmm.
It's right. From a woman's perspective, we don't do that.
No.
I had to learn that in being in tech. Like, oh, they just gonna go out here and just do it. And then women, we sit back, we like, well, can we do this? This is what I was thinking, and this is what I had to learn along the way. Like, oh, let me just kick you in your trachea now. And then I'll go do it. And then I'll come back and bring you a new trachea once I get through crushing yours. Right.
Yep.
So,
actually, I was talking to one of the women on my team about this, and they were saying, I'm not ready to do X, Y, or Z. And I said, yes, you are, because I've set you up to do it. Right. I want you to break some stuff. Like I want you to break some stuff. Like I want you to fail. I want you to go out there and do some stuff and don't work and come back and then do stuff bigger. The one thing that's consistently a challenge for a small business owner, and one of my challenges, I love to hear your feedback on this, Rudy, is that I have to escape the CTO advisor equaling Keith Townsend. Like the CTO advisor can't just be Keith Townsend. Right. When the CTO advisor has to be Gartner. When you think about Gartner, you don't think about, Mr. Gartner showing up who's been dead for years, showing up for a analyst session. You think about the brand. And that doesn't happen until people who work for me are comfortable enough getting out in public, failing. Like if you look back at, I don't think people in this community would necessarily, the godfather at SDN is Martin Casado.
Yeah.
So SDN, software defined networking. It is a given now, but earlier it wasn't. Back in the OpenStack days, the days that Rudy is talking about, SDN was more of a promise than a thing. I wrote this scathing review of SDN, just scathing, and called it vaporware, etc. Martin Casado, who has a PhD from Stanford, invited me out. I just happened to be out on the West Coast, and he invited me out for a burrito at a campus near VMware. VMware had just bought his company, Nicera. I had never heard of this guy. I'm like, yeah, sure. Look. And then he commences nicely to undress me, about why this article is wrong, and how he created the SDN control plane, and how I didn't have. And this is me with like 15 years of experience. I'm a fully developed network. I'm a fully developed architect at this point, and I just was. Yeah, with the search and the thing, I'm proper. I know my stuff for the most part, but I didn't know this area of technology particularly well. And that failure is one of the failures I point back to that solidified the CTO advisor. And you have to be in areas of your career and community that you can feel comfortable failing. If I fail, and that may not be work, for all of us, we don't have the ability. My mantra when I was young was the worst thing that can happen to me is that they can fire me. Whether they're gonna send me to jail because when this happened, because I pulled a drive in the Lotus Notes server and lost a terabyte of email. What are they gonna do? Send me to jail? No, they'll fire me. They didn't, fortunately. But I'm going to learn to check to make sure that it's rated before I pull the drive again, et cetera, et cetera. So you need an environment in which you can do that. You need an environment in which you can fail, you can learn, and you can grow, and that you don't have to ask permission.
No,
I agree.
Here's a different mindset here. So one of the things we're embarking on is creating our real estate fund, right? And one of the things that we've run into is goes back into something else that we said earlier, is how do you get experience? How did you get experience with Linux, right? How did you gain experience with Linux? So one of the things that we get approached about is, well, if we give you this pot of money, do you know how to manage it? Now, if I say to you, hey Keith, I need for you to let me know how much money you have managed. And then I say, hey, I need to know, can you manage 500 million? And you've never had to manage 500 million. Where would you go get that skill set in order to learn how to manage that? Or do you bring somebody in who has managed it, but you got to sell that person on the value add. You got to sell that person on what it is. You got to sell that person on the vision. They also have to be wanting and willing to work with you or be a part of that team. They also have to see the vision themselves. And they also have to see maybe not just their own value add, but maybe other people that they have connections with, the value add as well too. So I just want to give a different perspective on sometimes it is you've never done things before, and you may have to find someone who has done it and actually get coached up on it. You may have to bring them into the fold and build from there. So I just want to give a different perspective.
That's a really great point. And sometimes you got to pay them more than what you make.
Mm-hmm.
That is as a business owner, that can be a hard pill to swallow. I'm gonna be up. Tamika, I don't mind sharing numbers.
Right.
From a government perspective, I make about $100,000 a year from
From their perspective, I guess.
Yeah, from a income tax perspective, I make about $100,000 a year. And you know, somebody with 25 years of experience should make more money than that. That's not the point.
Mm-hmm.
I own a company. I own a company with the brand The CTO Advisor. There are CEOs. I have a top 25 world's most richest person in my DMs because they didn't like an article that I wrote on the CTO Advisor platform. The CTO Advisor company is worth money. It is worth a certain. I can now today sell the CTO Advisor. I'd have to work for it for a while, but I can sell the CTO Advisor and make and be okay. With that, that means that so I can't take my eye off the ball of what the real value. The real value isn't how much I take home. The real value is how much I can grow the brand of the CTO Advisor, and just like real estate, increase my net value because the asset that I own is worth more. What's going to allow me to retire one day is that I'll be able to sell the CTO Advisor one day. So I have to do things that increases the value of the company. That means that I have to go out and hire a salesperson that I have to pay literally $200,000 a year to grow my business so that the business is worth more money. I may not end up with more than $100,000 a year in income, but the value of the company might grow by $1 million to $2 million as a result. So these are things that, as you're thinking about investments, whether it's real estate, your career, which is an investment, it's not always about is your paycheck growing immediately. How many people do we know that have taken a step back in their career so they can be part of a hot startup? And they gain two things. One, they gain the Rolodex of working for a hot startup. And then two, they gain the equity that might or may not be worth money. But at the end of the day, they accelerate their net earnings in their life because they made the right investment. And that return on investment may not be immediately more salary. It may be something completely different.
Yeah, no, I think that's a valid point. Is one that doesn't get talked about enough because we want everything now, right? We say we want to about the microwave generation, but we're used to getting feedback immediate. We're used to, I did this, now I want it back. And being a business owner, you have to take the long-term view on what you invest in. It's not going to come back today. And you're not doing things today for tomorrow. You're doing it for next year. You're doing it for 5-10 years. You have to take the master plan, the master orchestrator viewpoint on your strategy and on those investments. I know for myself, being able to know, I know I have certain things right I need to go ahead and do. To me, we talked about a vehicle, right? It's a certain vehicle I wanted to purchase, and I wanted to, and I need to purchase because
what's the vehicle?
I need to replace my Suburban with another like Suburban, and but the vehicle in question, it's over $100,000,
right?
And to sit back and be like, I'm gonna put that into the business, and now you have employees. And then now you're able to go ahead and have the brand expand. I don't know if I'm sure you've encountered this, Keith, but there come these fork in the roads. We like, as an owner, I can go ahead and enjoy. But then you looking like, yeah, but if I pause, if I just stay where I'm at, just stay here, hold off for a second and take that and invest in the business or this sector of the business, right, my return is going to be way greater, and it's going to come a whole lot faster, and it's going to add more value, not just to me, but to the brand, to the employees, and to the people the customers, anybody who interacts with, touches the brand, right? Everybody's a customer if you touch that brand. I'm a customer, the CTO advisor, but everyone is going to elevate because of the investment that I made now for my future return.
Yeah, we had this last year. We went to VMware Explore. We took our RV. VMware Explore is VMware's big annual user conference. San Francisco, anywhere from 12 to 23,000 people, depends on the year. It is my main community. It's where I'm known the most. Politics aside, like VMware wanted $40,000 for me to rent the floor space for the show. So for me to just pull my RV onto the show floor, they wanted $40,000 for the space. They wanted $6,000. The conference place wanted $6,000 for the carpet that they were going to throw away at the end of the conference. They wanted, so all said and done, this is like a $70,000 investment. I really want a C300. Like, I really want a Mercedes-Benz C300. I'm not making money from this VMware thing. This is more or less a marketing thing. I might break even with doing some sponsored videos. It was there's a couple of times this has happened in my business. There's that time. And then I shared with Tamika and the women in Linux community, I opened a data center. Not a data center to rent out, but a data center simply to do my business model is to create content to help CTOs and enterprise architect make purchasing decisions. So if you're an enterprise architect and you're a CTO and you want to know if I install MinIO, which is a object oriented, which is a object storage platform. If I install MinIO on-prem and I have it running in the cloud, can I have consistent operations between the two? Well, the only way to see that is to install it in the data center that's connected to the cloud. Yeah, that's the only way to see that. So we do stuff like that. And when at the time that we committed to the data center, rent for my data center is $60,000 a year. Just rent for the data center, not for the hardware. We just refreshed hardware. That was $100,000 lease. Every one of my peers, every one of them told me not to do it. They were like, it is a money pit. You don't want to do it. You want to stick to creating content at events. This was early 2020. We went ahead and signed the contract for the data center. COVID happened. It saved our business. Literally saved our business. If I had to rely on conference revenue to make ends meet, we would have been out of business. That data center project brought on customers such as Intel, VMware, Juniper, IBM, you name them. They're now a customer as a result of the data center. They're now a customer. I'm now growing that as a result of the thing. Denying yourself, and this is just, we're throwing out big numbers now, but again, going back to being a consultant, investing in your career, saying, you know what, do I spend this money on a lab or on running an AWS lab, a lab in AWS, or do I spend this money on a nice new Honda Civic? Kelsey Hightower has a story where he had to decide, did he take his last $1,000? And this is extreme. Does he take his last $1,000 and rent an apartment, or take that last $1,000 and open a computer shop?
Computer shop, yeah.
And he opened the computer shop, and now Kelsey Hightower is now freaking Kelsey Hightower. I'm not. I don't have to give away
they fall out on Kelsey.
I don't know how much Kelsey makes, so let me pre-text that. But I know a level 9 employee at Google is well over $1 million a year.
And I will Whew, you give me goosebumps with that story, dude. That to me, hearing your story, hearing how you made that decision. Again, these are the conversations that we're not having, right? Because these are not sexy conversations. It's sexy to talk about, oh, I applied for a job, and oh, they gave it to me. It's sexy to come out and say, I'm an entrepreneur. I don't gain value for people who just walk around. I'm an entrepreneur. I think the people who are actually investing in the business and actually putting food on the table of their employees and making business decisions, right? Those delayed gratifications for yourself, for the betterment of your employees, or for your future, or for your career. Those are not sexy. No one wants to hear about discipline. No one wants to hear about delayed gratification. Look, now I know that this is a safe space. I have a Suburban. I got 5 kids. I got 4 boys and a girl. I need the Suburban. And Tahoe is just too small. But the vehicle that I'm looking to replace that with or buy in addition to is an Escalade V. And I want it because it has a supercharger engine, but it's the same number of seats. I just go
Beautiful
faster.
car.
Thank you. And it sounds like a monster. But that vehicle, my dealership told me while I am talking to Tamika at conferences, I'm going to all of our conferences, getting our name out there, having these meetings. My dealership's like, yeah, you need to replace your engine. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, my car's at home, my kids are at home. My mom is here driving my truck around, taking my kids to school. I'm out working the business, right? And it's like, you should just take this money and solve this process. No, I have someone who is dependent on me, not just my kids, but I have an employee, even down to my admin. I'm like, no, she is putting food on her table because of me. I'm going to make sure she stay putting food on her table. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to make sure that I can pay her more than she can just put food on a couple more tables in your house, right? Because I'm in the business of making money and adding value, not just for myself, but for my employees and for my clients. But that's not a sexy conversation. So, hey, let me tell you how to go ahead and discipline yourself. Let me tell you to take that money that you would normally go out and buy a home or buy a car and take that into that burgeoning idea. And then you need to go ahead and work that idea. Let me tell you, don't quit your jobs to say you're an entrepreneur. Work both. 80 to 90 hours a week is going to suck. But your business is going to need that push or that savings that you got. You know what? Put the money aside. But these don't get likes. These don't get clicks. Don't nobody want to hear this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask a different perspective. When do you do self-care in tech? When do you take care of yourself? When do you reward yourself?
Oh, that's a therapist question to me.
It's not a therapist.
No, I'm not knocking it. This is a true question. I'm saying it's Saturday. That session was on Thursday.
When you get that dad mobile, because if you're gonna dad, you might as well dad in style.
No, I'm asking because this conversation comes up from a perspective of how much time do you keep putting in and work you keep putting in until, I don't want to say reward yourself. I just want to say, to you see that you're comfortable enough to go make that, because this is a very touchy subject with people.
Yeah. So I'm less, I think you have to separate the discussion between being an entrepreneur and being a worker in tech, and when you reward yourself with something nice. When you're an entrepreneur, you just have different anxiety. Like I can honestly say, for the first time in my life, becoming an entrepreneur has introduced anxiety into my life after I hired the first person that depends on me for a paycheck. Like I my commitment to my employees is that I will let them know when I have less than 6 months in the bank or 6 months coming. So we have this point that says, if we don't have 6 months of accounts receivable, a combination of cash in the banks and accounts receivable, and if the pipeline isn't looking good, I'm going to give my employees kind of the 6 months head up that I think we're fine, but I'm just being transparent. I'm a small enough organization that I can do that. The flip side, I believe in loving and enjoying life. Like if you follow me on Twitter or Facebook, we live life. Like before I was an entrepreneur, I had my C300. I was, it was my car. Actually, the first I can harken back to the first time I kind of pulled the trigger. When I first started in tech, I drove a Geo Tracker, a 4-door Geo Tracker.
The Geos.
Not a great car. Not a great car. And I got my first job where I doubled my salary. Like I went from making $28,000 a year or $26,000 a year to making $52,000 a year. And this was 1998. That was a lot of money back then, especially for somebody that was making $750 an hour just 2 years later.
Mm.
I bought my dream car. I bought to even over the C300. My dream car was a 1995 Chevy Impala. Beautiful. You talk about feel good. Like, man, I made it. Like, like this I worked hard. Like we're talking to family and people who are sacrificing. They're learning Linux. They're learning this stuff. They're transforming their lives and they're working hard. Like this is one of the hardest. And at the time, it was one of the hardest things that I've done. There was no big internet big. It was, I'm literally just cheering through these 800-page books to I got a little BNC network and look up BNC network at home.
Mm-hmm.
I have these used PCs that I promised my significant other that will pay off one day if we bought them, that trust me. And when I got that job making $54,000 a year, one of the first things I called my wife, I said, I'm down at the Chevy dealership, bring your checkbook. And I bought that car. The payment was $560 a month. And I felt good every time I made that payment. Like it was. So you're talking about self-care. That was one of the I get emotional talking about it now because it was one of those things that made me feel good.
Right. And it was the same for me when I when I went out and bought my first sports car. I was like, can I get this? I don't know. I had been looking at it and looking at it and looking at it and looking at it. And finally I got it. It was my first, if you want to claim the Mini Cooper, the first one, but my real first one was the F-Type R. And I was like, I just like the sound. I liked it. I like to hit it. I had an F-Type before that one, but it was convertible. It was cute. But the F-Type R was like, oh, we 550 horsepower around here. We out here in these streets. This is what we doing. And I was able to get it. Yeah, it was
absolute monster.
It was more or less like man, this is what I could be doing, right? But I had already had my house by then. By the time I got the car, right? So that mistake, I had already had my house, and then I got a car. But to go, when you're in these different social circles, right? Tech circle is one thing. Real estate circle is another thing. People who do insurance is another thing. People who are building funds is another thing. Those circles, and when you travel in and out those circles, the money conversation is totally different, right? The money conversations, when you're in tech circle, it's about the tech. Some people may talk about money. When you start rolling over into insurance, it's client based and how much you're gonna get back. And then when you start talking real estate, it's numbers. And when you start talking about funds, it's about the mission, the tech, and the money. So and depending on the lane that you're traveling and the people that you're with, sometimes these investments in these funds or these real estate funds, they're 25K minimum, 50,000 minimum, 100 million minimum, $1 million minimum. And you think to yourself, who do you know that can actually come up with $50,000 or $1 million to make an investment into that real estate deal or into that fund
For a
and
minimum
let
of
it
5
sit
years.
there for 5 years? Who do you know that can do that? And when you start looking across the landscape of who you know that you can do that, the numbers diminish very quickly. And so then you say to yourself, I got work to do because I don't really know those people that can do
Mhm.
that. I don't know those people who have a corporation that can do that. So I have more work to do because I don't know that many people that can do that. So how can I be more effective to change that landscape? How can I get in touch with the people in my group to change that landscape? Because those numbers that they're returning, it's cool to invest in the 4%. But I'd rather for you to be investing 25% and get back 15%, 18% on your money, 20%
Mhm.
on your money. Those are the numbers that I don't see that we talk about a lot, but because we're just not in those rooms either.
Yeah, and it's
We don't talk about
okay.
the finance though either.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead.
So before you guys pivot the conversation, right, into investments, on the self-care aspect, everybody has really touched on the emotional value of the self-care. Like I purchased
Mhm.
myself something and it made me feel good. But I want to go into like the physical part of self-care. Because for me, you guys are family. We've known each other in these tech streets for a while, and you got families. You guys head of households and stuff, and I know you got strong support systems. But at the end of the day, if you're not all right physically, if you're not going to the doctor,
Yeah.
if you are not keeping those appointments, if you are not exercising, if you're not stretching your mind, your body, and soul, if you're not taking time out for you to unplug, that stuff don't matter. Because, like you said,
Mhm.
anxiety is an issue. Disease don't even go to work. They be like, "Oh, I'm anxious today. I can't come in," and it's justified. We're from a
Yeah.
different generation, so we push through all that stuff, and when we push through that stuff, it manifests itself in other ways. And so
Mhm.
I want to tell, for me, I'm a little person. I'm a little thing person. I can go take a walk. I can go out and mow the grass. I can go, if I can make myself a smoothie. If I feel good, then that's going to fuel my day. I feel bad that I haven't been able to work out like I have because of my time and what that looks like and me trying to get my mental and my physical and my day based on all of the things that I have. It's overwhelming. So
Yeah.
even to people out there, make sure that you're okay physically and mentally because that matters because you're only as good as you feel that day. That's the best you can give that day.
Yeah,
Period. If
uh,
you are
to,
feeling pretty shitty, you're really gonna have a pretty shitty day. And to
Oh yeah.
communicate, I'm not 100%. I have something where I implemented in stand-ups, and I actually took it from Slack. The first line on there is, "How are you feeling?" Because based on that one little emoji, I can tell what my team is going to put out that day and what
Mhm.
to expect. Who's going to be missing? Who didn't put a status update? Because that's the first part of our day. You know what I'm saying? So be mindful of those things for yourself. Do the small thing for yourself that day that you cannot, whether it's getting up 15 minutes, quiet time, your teeth, whether it's getting up, you got a regimen for brushing your teeth, whether you need to just go chill away from your partner. It's okay to do that. Some people,
Mhm.
y'all need to go to your respective corners, and it's okay to have some you time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Take that you time. If you got some time at work that you can go take off and they pay, take the time. That EAP, if you work in the job, see what's on it. If they paying for massages, chiropractor, somebody for you to talk to, maximize all of those resources Because you know what? You're paying for them by sitting at that desk every day.
Yeah, so I have a few maxims around that, and one of them, I have this thing where if I don't run for an extended period of time, I start dreaming about running. Like I'm a runner, and I like to run, and it's bringing in another one, the whole mental and the expense part of it. One of the things we haven't talked about when it when it comes to being a consultant, if your significant other one doesn't work or working the same business as you, which is in my case, healthcare becomes a pretty good challenge. If it wasn't for Obamacare, I don't think I could do the CTO advisor full time. I have diabetes. I have a history of high blood pressure in my family. I need healthcare. I'm on $2,000. Roughly about my medications are roughly about $2,000 a month. And those are all priorities. So when it comes to the term like paying yourself first, the pay yourself first for me is to take care of my health. So a combination of things. I will not, if it wasn't for the fact that my gym is 25 minutes away and they have my dream treadmill that I can go in and run there, I would not think twice about paying the $13,000 to $14,000 that treadmill costs to have it in my garage so that I can get up every other day and put in my 5K on that. Like it is, I am the same when you get on an airplane and say put your mask on first, because if you don't, you can't help the person next to you. Put and we're black folks, so that go, and we're all black folk of a certain age. That goes for mental self-care as well. There is nothing wrong with seeing a therapist. We all have trauma and we need to deal with it. And if we can't, then there's not enough money in the world to fill the hole that physical and mental health, bad physical and mental health, that can replace bad or physical mental health.
Yeah. I'm definitely a firm believer what you keep and on that, health as well. Now me, you see me, I may look like a former football player. Nah, that's not the case. I just love to eat. But I think I will say this: running a business, being an entrepreneur, does not compare to the level of stressors that being laid off and you having to talk to your wife and your significant other and have that conversation, and you got kids to feed at the same time. And so when I look back on my life, I'm like, okay, you went through all of these things at that time, so it doesn't impact you as much. What I have adopted over the last couple of years, therapy, tequila. I throw in tequila because that's a part of my therapy. But my therapist, I've had the same therapist for the last 3 years. Really haven't missed an appointment during the week. And had therapists before I was divorced. I had a therapist after the divorce. And for me, that is huge because I have somebody consistently who I can talk to, who knows me, who knows different seasons and different versions. And there was a time, since we having this type of open conversation, it doesn't matter if you're black or white. Trauma is trauma, stress is stress, and this is going to affect you at some point. Mm-hmm. And the level that it affects you depends on the outlets that you have available, especially ones that are healthy for you. But when I went through my divorce, I couldn't code. Literally, I could not sit down and code. And I'm Mr. Kubernetes, I'm the cloud native hope dealer, whatever you want to call, cloud shepherd. This is what I do. Tamika will tell you, Key, I could talk about this ad nauseum infinitum for forever. Like, I go to sleep with tech, I wake up with tech. This is not work. It was to the point where when I would go to the office, when I was employed, my team and everybody knew that Rudy's on vacation when he's there. His work is actually at home. This isn't work for him. Like you put a pin in it, you will let the whole song play, and it's a double, triple feature some days, right? But having a therapist and then going for walks. I love being outside. I hate being cooped up in a house. I love the beach. I live here in Austin, Texas. Was a former LA, Angelino. So I don't have a beach I can just go to. So what I do is I go for walks. And sometimes my walks are anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. And I have to look at my schedule, look at the weather, and say, listen, even weather not permitted, like I haven't gotten the treadmill yet, but I'm okay walking in the rain. But I've learned that if I don't get my physical moving, it will weigh on me and it'll bring my mood down. And then because like I'm a bigger dude, like I love lifting. I got a weight. I got a whole row set in my garage. And just pushing through that stuff, it gets stuff out of you that you can't get out of you, right? Having that stress that you put out physically, and then having someone to talk to. And then beyond that, honestly, it's just taking time. Sometimes it'll be a drive. Sometimes it's reading a book. But if I don't, as you say, take that time to self-care, I'm going to end up self-destructing. I'm not going to meet my goals, right? Either my body's going to self-destruct, my mind is going to self-destruct, my spirit is going to self-destruct. Because you're not meant to just go. And I know that there's people who are like, you know what, you just need to burn every hour. I've lived that life. More important, I've seen other people live that life and their health isn't too good. Like I see women do it, I see men do it. And that's not how I want to go out. I don't want to go out pulling what I wish I would have done, right? Even with my kids. I want to spend time with my kids. So everything that I have set up right now, it's like, okay, what's your next goal? My next goal is to hire this person so I can spend more time, because I'm only going to spend this amount of time doing this, right? When I die, I've said this all my life, the world can always get another cloud engineer, but my kids only have one father, right? And that's real. I don't want them having to read the autobiography of Steve Jobs titled Rudy McComb to get to know me, because I was at, the ThnkBIG campus 24/7, 365. Nah, I bring them with me. Like I go to conferences, my little man, my 4-year-old is with me where I go. When I'm here at home, I got a little area for him. When I'm making my calls, he's with me because that's what I'm doing it for. My why has to line up with my health. But if I'm not here, all the money, all the time, all the accolades, that don't mean nothing if I'm not here. And if I'm not here in a healthy capacity, it's even worse. So my kids don't deserve that, and no one connected to me deserve that.
Right. And I've been getting beat up for the past, 2 weeks. Getting deep tissue massages and getting beat up. Dion got tired of me talking about my knee was hurting me. But yeah, I got beat up. I was like, man, this is painful. I'm like, I don't know. He's like, well, you're getting better. The muscles are loosening up. They're doing okay. Make sure you do full range motion exercises every day with your knee. Make sure you do full range motion with your arms and your shoulders and stuff like that. And so, me and D had those conversations. D is more into the acupuncture. I ain't there yet. And doing acupuncture, but I'm okay with massages. The sauna, that'd be too hot for me. I'll be in there. Rudy, you and I talked about that. I'm in there 5 minutes and I'll be looking at her. She'll be like, don't you just feel it? Yes, this is why I'm leaving.
Listen, you gotta stay in there. Just
don't you feel the impurity leaking out of your pores? But I'm tropical. I am tropical. Her in Colorado, she is over there. Oh, I love it. How can you get? No.
It's fine.
I'm tropical, but it's holistic. Like that's one of the things I missed about when I moved back to San Francisco is I didn't need a gym membership. Saturdays I put my backpack on and I am walking through the city, hills, mountains, valleys, stairs. It's just your way of life. I love walking. Tim will be like, why are you walking so fast? And I'm just like, you don't even realize it. You just moving. And I'm a couple of inches shorter than her, so my legs not that long. So I'm going. We go out of town. She chilling. I'm like, gotta go. I gotta go see what's going on. But
Yeah, I don't
we
know.
want everybody to
I'm
take
going to
the
sleep.
hold of themselves, like and see what makes you happy. Like if it's a plant, if it's anything, like do something that you enjoy.
Yeah, I know people who, and at the end of the day, it's about being happy. I ask this people all the time. I ask this of people all the time. Like, do you want to make a lot of money or do you want to be happy? Like, because those are not mutually exclusive. You don't have to make a lot of money to be happy. I know plenty of people with plenty of money that are extremely unhappy. There's this curve, and it happens for both parenting and life, that if you don't have enough money, it really makes parenting and life hard. Then as you go up the curve, it makes parenting less hard, it makes life less hard. But then there's kind of this point of diminishing return, that the more money you make, the uh, the less it starts benefiting your life. And as a matter of fact, the more money you make, the more difficult life and parenting becomes. If you're, fortunately, unfortunately, a lot of people don't have this problem. But it's when I was a kid, we didn't have for my parents to have to say no. We just didn't have it. So it wasn't a matter of asking and my parents saying no. It was just we didn't.
Just
We
like
just like Mom, I don't want dumplings for dinner. Can I have spaghetti instead of dumplings? No, I made dumplings, and you will have dumplings for dinner. Now, I have a 14-year-old granddaughter, and it's Papa, can we go see Hamilton again? And there becomes a point you're asking the question like, do I? You're like, yeah, like maybe not. Like what is too much? Like I don't have the not enough as an excuse now. Is there is enough. Matter of fact, there's more than enough. And when you say no to more than enough? So it is a tough question. Dion, you dropped kind of a bomb in the middle of this one, like the self-care. And we debate on a larger debate that you guys can have one day, folks can have one day, is like, how much wealth do you leave to the next generation? Like, these are problems that most Black folks we've never had before. And whether you're talking about nieces, nephews, uncles, whatever, how much wealth do you leave to the next generation?
But it's not about the wealth piece. It's about the instructions of what to do with that.
Yep. Yeah.
Well,
The wealth is not the problem. You can leave as much as little as you want to. It's what are they supposed to do in order to get the money and to maintain it? Because all that money without instruction, I've seen it in my dad's generation, where my grandfather worked hard to give his kids a different life when he bought property. I mean, it's just things he put in place, and as soon as he passed, they cashed everything out. And then it's just like, okay. And me and my cousin, we're like, what is happening? We didn't really understand it, but we knew it wasn't right. And when it got to a point where my grandmother was going to sell her house, we were going into college, and we were like, your timing is off. Like, you couldn't wait 5 to 6 years for us to at least get it to a place where we can make a move on it. Like, we're way too young for this property. But we understood at that point it was inheritance. You know what I'm saying? Like, where's our family's anchor? You're about to sell our anchor. You're about to sell our identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody knows this is this Parlor family house on this street at this time, and we've grown up here. This is our home. What are you doing? And
yeah, one of my biggest
has rental property attached to it. Like, it's my grandmother's house. It's an apartment. It's an apartment on top. We can finish out the basement. Like, you're playing with our life, our legacy here. And she had to sell it.
And one of my biggest regrets in life, it just wouldn't have been a good financial move for us. But one of my biggest regrets is not being able to save my grandmother's house. I remember the mortgage burning party and all of that, and it just fell in disrepair. And the city eventually knocked it down. And I have extremely fond memories, and I always remember, man, if I ever make it, I'll buy the house from the family and do these things. And these are, going back to therapy and self-care. The like Beyond making the money, beyond getting the certifications, beyond getting the job, if your true goal in life is to be happy, then pursue happiness. Don't pursue certifications or money. I've left many a good job because I couldn't be a great father to my children at the time, or a great husband to my wife. Jobs that my family said, "Why are you crazy for leaving that?" I'm like, you know what? My oldest son is getting married in a few months,
Congratulations.
and
Congratulations.
we've gone on many family vacations. He'll pop up. My kids will pop up unexpectedly at the house. Every Christmas, they come and spend the night. Um, the night before Christmas, we have these traditions that we've carried all the way up until their adulthoods. And I know that's going to go away at one point when they have their own families. But I have that, and I have those memories, and now I can go out and kill myself working if I want to. But I have these great memories because of the sacrifices that we were willing to make, and say, you know what, we'll stay in the 1,300 square foot house for a few more years because we want, we value being happy than having more money.
And I feel
Yeah.
like, everything is in moderation. Too much water, you'll drown. Like everything in moderation. It doesn't have to be a whole lot of something. It could be just a little something.
And now I have a 4,000 square foot house, and I would
Come on
prefer
now.
to have this 4,000 square foot house with just me and Melissa, my wife, than not have the 4,000 square foot house. So
Because it's your business.
Yeah.
life
Yeah.
happens, and it's okay that life happens. All right. Speaking of self care, I gotta go, and I literally have to
Thank
get my
you for
run in
sharing.
before dinner tonight. But I
Thank
really
you for
appreciate
sharing.
the work that all of you folks do, just helping raise the tide for everybody, because there's plenty out here for all of us. The pie is way bigger than what we think it is. Like, think about as big as you think it is infinitely more bigger than that. So keep doing the good work. I love and appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks a lot.
And tell Melissa, give her a hug for us.
I sure will.
Tell her we said hey.
She
Enjoy that run, Keith.
Deanna, she's never met you virtually. She's met Tamika, and whenever I bring up Tamika, she knows exactly who she is. At some point, she has to meet you.
Thank you. Thank
All
you
right.
for coming up. I appreciate you.
We
All right,
appreciate
bye.
your time. Thank you. Have a good day. We got a question. It says,
I'm sorry.
I'm curious, Dion and Tammy, are the acupuncturists, massage therapists, and wellness spots you're spending your money on from our community? I'm just going to assume when you say our community, are they Black people? I number one is, I mean, I've seen you in our space before. For me, my personal goal is I shop Black first. That's my preference, to shop Black first, and I seek out Black providers of services in any aspect. My primary care doctor is a Black woman. My gastroenterologist, if I'm pronouncing it right, she was referred. She's a Black woman. If I can't, if I don't find any, and not only that, it's also on credentials. I I go to the best hospital for cancer research for a mammogram. Whoever I get is my provider is what I get, but I'm going to the facility with the best based on what service I need because I want the best for my body. I want you to catch it, find it, and tell me what it is. When it comes to acupuncturists, I have a preference. Acupuncture is Chinese medicine. I go to a Chinese man. Is it other people who do it? Absolutely. But I go to the Chinese man who has studied the Chinese medicinal. He don't have a certification in it. He has massaged it. He got herbs and remedies, and we have a conversation. I go to the best people that can do the job. If it's a referral, I ask for a referral. That's in anything. Our contractors, the first people will tell you, I go for us first. I go for referrals. I go for word of mouth business resources because you don't have a clue. I go by work ethic when it comes to that. I've went through some people and they're just not above board. I need to get things done. I'm very intentional about how I work, who I work with, and how the work that we have can also be a benefit for that person. And I have honest conversations with people about what I'm looking for and what I need and what I want them to do. Always mutually beneficial. So
I can answer my question. My question is the people who work at the location are mixed. So there is the black guy, he actually does the massage. And then there's a white lady that does a massage. And then there's a Hispanic lady that does a massage. The one that does the deep tissue is the black guy. He is their best rated, and he goes in between two different locations. So whatever location he's at, which I prefer to be close to me because I can get to my massage therapist in 10 minutes, and that's great for me. So anytime I can do that, that's great. So I do seek out, but again, I'm in a different state. So therefore,
pull from what you have.
I gotta pull from what is available. And the truth be told, if it was someone who was black and I had to drive an hour and a half to go see them, I'll be honest, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't go drive an hour and a half to bypass everything else to do. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Not because of I don't want to support. It's a matter of my time. Like when can I see that person? When are they available? If it's a Saturday at 11 o'clock, I'm doing the show. Are they available Sunday? Maybe, maybe not. It depends. But I'll be totally honest with you on that.
And for me, I'm a little different because I'll go drive outside of my big city for a provider because our city is small where we live. And I don't want to be at the bar having drinks with the person that checks my privates. I don't want to do that. I want you to be somewhere else and have a whole nother lifestyle that I have because we ran into the dentist and our town is small and people talk.
And that don't bother me. I mean, because
that's just for me, that's my preference.
Yeah, because I think people just talk in general. So the dentist in Denver will be talking to the dentist in.
Well, our dentist OD'd, and we learned that from a bartender.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, in the medical field talk.
But was the person who checked your privates at that same bar when you learned that information?
Huh?
I said, was the person who checked your privates at that same bar when you found that out?
No, because that's
But here's the thing. They could be. And they could. That's right. What I'm saying. The place where we're talking about where this person is a very popular spot. So what she's talking about, I get it. But what I'm simply saying is the fact that you're going out doesn't mean that person doesn't come to. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Hey, I do extensions.
I go off of customer service. I go off of skill, credentials, and then if they're black. Now, I will travel to it an extent. I've driven 45 minutes for bomb chicken wings. So
yeah, I mean,
if the best dentist is 45 minutes. Listen, chicken. I'm just saying, chicken wings will call me to drive an hour But a doctor, I don't know. Is the better one around?
They not in the area.
Nah, listen, they don't have lemon pepper doctors, so I'm just saying.
Trust me, I get it, and we do what we want to do, how we want to do it. So it just depends.
Yeah, it just depends.
But are they local in my city? Is it over an hour, 4 hours? No, I'm not doing any of that.
That's what I'm saying.
It's within 30 miles for me because our area is not that big. It's within 30 miles, and like I said, I go for specialty first. Who is the specialist? Is it a referral? This is what I plan because as we age, as Keith said, we are people of a certain age. Mm-hmm. The things that you want out of your provider is a little bit different when it comes to, like for instance, the colon doctor. I got referred to a doctor at her practice, and who I met was a nurse practitioner. I didn't get referred to the nurse practitioner, and her bedside manner sucked. I mean, she was like, "Oh, you got fibroids and all of that." Wait a minute, what conversation are we having? I am 47 years old. I haven't had a fibroid ever, not ever. This pudge is from something else. That's why I'm here. What's this conversation? And I had that conversation with the front desk. I said, so, hey, is Dr. So-and-so no longer here? Well, I made an appointment with her when I called. And when I called, they didn't tell me that they've made my appointment with someone else. So what does her schedule look like? Because this is not what I asked. Some people are okay with the 52 fake out. Not me, because I was intentional about who I wanted to see and who I wanted to support. And the specialty when it came to me as a Black woman, my body, family history, things of that nature, is just different. It is just different. So, it meant a lot. And our conversation when she got in the room was like night and day. Totally different conversation.
Got you.
So, my chiropractor, Derek, he's Black. And I waited till he got on my insurance. And he finally got on my insurance, and he's a great guy. And I had seen him before in business passing in the community because he's not far. He's 15 minutes away from me. But we were able to have that conversation because we met before. So, my dentist is close. That it doesn't make it's just different things. Like I said, I go for specialty first. I go for referrals because shoot, sometimes you can't find somebody that looks like you in your field. I've been trying to find the Black pool person forever, and he's just busy.
Everybody want the brother cleaning the pool.
Huh?
Everybody want what?
Everybody wanted the brother cleaning the pool. Just saying.
I tried. I was the sister cleaning the pool for a minute. I was ready to get it right and everything, but I got too much on the plate. So,
yeah. Well, it's been real. I reached out to Kelsey. He wanted to know how much longer we were going to be going on, and he said he was out and about, but he wanted to join, but he didn't think he could join.
Yeah.
I think if Kelsey would have dropped in at that time, we probably still be
listen. Yeah. We'd be here till 9-10 o'clock tonight, man. Kelsey's wife will have to pull Kelsey off.
Yeah. So yeah, I reached out to him. I also want to give shout out to Mario for dropping by again. Those that wasn't on hours ago. Mario Shirley came by to talk about jobs at Delta, and we got to talk about business, what they're looking for. Again, like I said, I knew there'll probably be some synergy there, Rudy, for more business.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, especially with Delta being a service provider and open shift and being able to get, the contract or what have you and going from there. Their free was in the chat, and a Queen Lee was in the chat. So when we talk about being MBE certified and getting your AA and so forth, we'll have to get a conversation for that and go ahead and get that taken care of so we can get you, rolling and talking in that. Yeah. And then there is also the opportunity as well too for some more plays when it comes to being a MSP. We got some other stuff coming as well too. So there's always time. So we're always looking back into our audience for the CKA exams, for AWS, for Linux, and so forth and so on, because we do have jobs and we do have people that need to have these things filled. Are they remote? Some aren't. Some are. It depends on the job. You know, you heard the one with Mario. It's 5 days in the office, and the other 5 days they don't care.
Be where you want to,
Yeah, which ain't a bad deal.
And you can fly when you work for the airlines. What they don't tell you, people only think of your Delta flight benefits, but you can fly on other airlines. It may like be a small fee attached along with your taxes, but you can get on any airline and go anywhere.
That's on the whole show. You need to do a show on that one, Dion.
What?
On how just exactly what you're talking about. Just unpack that thing just a little bit more.
I got people in the industry. She be dry. I'll be like, she's like, did you fill it out? Like, I'm ready to go throw some luggage. Like, I need to be on directly. Like, I'll go work season. They'll every time I get an application, they be like, I'm like, do I need a new name? Who I need to talk to? I just want to throw bags for like 3 months.
You don't want to throw no bags.
Let me tell you, I don't need my arms back.
You don't want to throw no bags. Trust me.
All you gotta do is drive them. I got the inside track.
You don't want to throw no bags.
I want to do it somewhere warm. Not no snow. I don't want to do no snow. I don't want no cones.
I don't know if you just get your frequent flyer miles up and get you some points.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Yeah.
Your girl done turned me on to that. She turned me on. She was like, listen, you can go wherever you want to as long as you got this in your pocket.
As long as you got this in your pocket.
But you know, it's a joke between it's something that goes on with a girlfriend of mine and her family, and her husband had his own business and he had to travel a lot, and it just benefited them for their particular family. And they have been all around the world, where we laugh at her daughter because who's my goddaughter, she's 18, and now they planning like she want to plan, like her and her girlfriends are just making 18, and they're trying to plan the sexiest trip to Europe. They want to go to Monaco and Nice and go down to Geneva, and we're like by themselves, and we're like, you can't even go to your own doctor's appointment by yourself, girl. Bye. No, but you know, just I love it. I love it. You know, we try to hack everything with technology. Hack it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You do better by getting the points.
We hack. You do what you do.
You do what you do.
You do what you do. She got a husband to supplement that. She got some kids. They get around. Move the people.
A great philosopher by the name of Olita Adams said, "Get here if you can, however you can get it. You come on Trailway, the camel, the magic carpet, however, and whenever you should get here if you can."
That's what Harley Davidson say. It's about the journey.
Hey, there you go.
Y'all talking. Well, I hope y'all in the chat.
Single. It's cheaper for us to go get us some points, but if you got your family,
that don't work for single dad. I gotta come with a different type of angle. I can't come with that game.
Better get you your zone.
Points or hey, it's points. Listen, it don't look good for a business owner to be bumming a flight or something. Go on, I'll give my points.
You'll be married soon enough.
Yeah. Listen, we taking time. I'm focused on. Listen, you know I'm married to the game. Married to the game.
That's right.
Kids gotta eat, and baby girl need a house and pay this house off. So yeah.
So I mean, I hope everybody enjoyed. I think you got a variety of everything today, from just everything, right? You got a variety of everything. You got a variety of wealth. You got a variety of skill set. You got a variety of from an employer perspective, from an employee, being a business, and you could be just a solo consultant, right?
This is a master class, boy.
We didn't even get into like what that looks like structure wise, how to set up your LLC. We didn't get into setting up your 401ks. I didn't get into donor advised funds, is a
Mm.
DAF. I didn't get into that. There are so many other things that we didn't get into, but I hope it fuels the thought process of what could be and what can be, and also what you can do, as far as like the discipline that you must have and what you can do with that, with your journey, right? And last but not least, um taking the time to take care of yourself, as well as also showing others how to take care of themselves as well too, because sometimes people around you influence you, so and maybe you do it vice versa, you influence them back. But I wanted to make sure you all had that. For those that are driving in your car, James, I know you're out there. I think Kiana is out there in the car, and you all are listening. We appreciate y'all for listening in as well too. And any words, parting words between D and Rudy, please feel free. I'll be quiet.
I'll let our guests
Well,
go.
I'll go ahead and say this real quick. So happy 18th birthday to Elijah Canizales. Congratulations, dude. He'll be graduating senior high school. So happy birthday to you today. Also, I want to go ahead and give a shout out to the Neat Creator. So if you're looking for journals, you're looking for ways to capture those thoughts and organize all of your end of day thoughts, dreams, and hopes, pick yourself up a journal, theneatplanner.com. And last, I want to go ahead and say, just it's a pleasure as always coming on here having these conversations. And for companies and businesses or engineers, if you're looking for a place to work, if you're looking to go ahead and level up, if you're getting ready to go ahead and do some sort of cloud modernization project, go ahead and give ThnkBIG a call. Hit us up, THNKBIG.com. What we do is we help companies adopt and discover cloud native technologies and help you get your product to market faster, save you time and money. Our expertise is Kubernetes and cloud native. So if you need any assistance in those areas, give us a call, 512-706-9553.
Awesome. So first, I want to thank our guest, Rudy, for coming from Think Big. I want to thank Mario from Genesis 10. If you got here late, just wants this post, go back and look at the job opportunity that he has. Hit us up in Slack, for some additional information. But he laid out what's needed, how it's needed, and when it's needed. I want to thank, first of all, our guests for coming out and joining us for another Saturday and being engaging and just showing up. We definitely appreciate it. I want Tamika, thank you as well. Also, be good to yourself. Be good to others. One step at a time. Don't overthink it. If you're scared, do it scared. If you need an accountability partner, that's what the community is for. Go to Slack, put your hand out and say, hey, I'm working on this. It's a group for like-minded people. Don't do, like Tamika said, don't be in a silo. Don't think you can do it alone. We didn't learn all this information. I'm still learning. I'm still growing. It's a marathon. It's not a race. I think at the end of the day, we are our own worst enemies when it comes to just getting things done. And I'm not exempt. We're human. And shoot, me, Rudy, and Tam, we lean on each other. Period. I'm so excited about Rudy's journey, but he's a dad, and it can be scary. You know what I'm saying? Because he got people depending on him, but also, he's the master of his own destiny. This is gonna be amazing, and I can't wait to see the great things that manifest out of this. So, do a little bit of something. You don't have to wait till you get the new job or a new car or something. Just do a little bit every day. If you're starting steady, 30 minutes to an hour. If you need to talk to us, the one-on-ones, they're posted. It has time. You got to get that time before it fills up, because that next month, we might not have the same time schedule. So we're working on a lot of things. I got some people in place, and I'm excited about it, but I'm cautious, optimistic about it, but I'm doing what I need to do a little bit at a time. So thank you guys. We look forward to seeing you on Wednesday at 8:00. We had the last Wednesday. We played Linux tic-tac-toe, and it got real.
I didn't get that call.
Rudy.
And I wonder why. Listen, so I'm gonna propose a new game. We need to play Linux Spades.
I got a couple of games. I have a couple of games. I said this years ago. I wanted to make the Linux Monopoly board. I had on the Linux Monopoly board, where it would be interactive as well too. So it will be Linux Monopoly with real estate, so you can, and then also putting in like, you don't go to jail. You go back to the help desk instead of going to jail. You go back to the help desk, and you got to fight your way out and start all over. Like I have the rules written up in the whole nine. It's just, just different things. Like, man, I'm really trying to change the mindset of how we approach learning, and how we approach retaining information. So gamifying that helps with that. It was intense Wednesday night. It was intense.
Play games with people, that Heather G is ruthless. Heather G is ruthless. I was like, Heather. She was like, wait a minute. Those odds and evens, boy, they came out. We played Linux Jeopardy before, but this tic-tac-toe, it's something about the simplicity and the timing of this game that had me on the floor. And I was just keeping time, and it got ruthless over the time. So,
because I think I want one day I may do a live game on it on YouTube. Do a live game, break people up into teams, and we'll do something live. Right, you get the chance to steal. Everything is free game. You can use the internet, but you need to be precise. You need to be precise. You can't don't fumble the bag. Don't be like, this is just it. This is the answer. Like, why is that the answer? Right?
It was a good time.
Yeah, and then I also share numbers, job offers and stuff afterwards, just so people can have a insight of what could be, right? What it can be. It's not necessarily about the money, but it's what the money can do for you if you put it to work. And that's the aspect that I hope people take away, right? Again, I always, make it simple. $100,000 for 10 years, you've grossed and become you've made $1 million. And that doesn't include raises and bonuses and RSUs and ISOs and quarterly bonuses and the whole nine. I didn't include none of that. I just said 100,000 for 10 years.
Yep. No,
so if you have any on Wednesday, come out because not all of our sessions are recorded. And if
I got a Kubernetes one. I have a Kubernetes game. So
we're gonna have to play that game.
Yeah. Look at that. I don't like that. We gotta play that. I'm not playing no stage. I'm terrible and I'm a renegger and I don't want to hear it. I'm too sensitive.
Well, at least you know what I like about you, Dion. I've known this all along. You're an honest lady. You always tell us you're a renegger, so we know what we're getting into. So I play with you anyway. You be my partner.
I'll be like, you ain't my attention span.
Don't do it. She don't remember what was played. Oh, did I cut that? Yes, you cut that 4 books ago. Oh, I did. Well, I still got a club right here.
I want to yell that. It's too serious. Like,
you don't like the pressure?
No, it's not that I don't like the pressure. It's just like it's a game. I'm not even that invested in it to be like,
you that person.
Yeah.
Tan, it's just a game.
Yeah, like no, like literally, I was playing spades with some people, and this lady's boyfriend, he was foaming at the mouth, where I had to just be like, I'm gonna tap out because this has gotten intense for my spirit. This too intense. I just came over here for a little few games, couple of drinks, mix and mingle. I'm not taking this home.
She's not even a recreation player.
Oh, but we went to Idaho and I learned the 21 table, my moves and stuff. Oh, I was beasting. I'm putting money. I was beasting.
You mean Utah?
Utah, where I said we was at?
Idaho,
Utah.
They're not the same.
She said it's somewhere up there. Yeah, somewhere out that way.
Then we went to Utah and we played blackjack and we were playing and
I was getting it in. I was like, I can do this. Now that's simple. All these books and counting and looking and everybody. Well, y'all get too intense for me.
See what I'm saying?
I'd rather like go like do like ride the little bumper cars.
Listen. I'm gonna drop this on you. So I have video. I was making content. I haven't put in this out because I got a ton of stuff on my plate. But I had a video. I was at a re-event and I'm walking around shooting. And this is the day before the conference. And boy, they had this one table that was basically a swing. It was 2 individual swings. Like I may have been a total of 6 swings. And so the table kind of flows. And won't you know it? We were sitting at the table and I came across a bunch of buses playing spades. I'm like, so did y'all get permission? Because this is an intense game of spades going on at the Venetian Conference Hall.
Permission.
No. But I'm saying this is a re-event. This is a re-event. AWS re-event. We up here playing spades. The content I got, you acted like no one was there. We was just us playing spades. What conference? What tech conference? Run me everything you got.
That's how it was at our table and we were at basically a fund. We're in an investment group, and that's how it was in our little corner. Like that little corner, it just started getting friendly and friendly. We taught one guy how to play. He was just as giddy. I mean, we was over there having a good time. Where
awesome.
Our dealer, his girlfriend was at the table behind him. She didn't have nothing. She came over and she was like, "Oh, y'all made our nights. We had a good old time with this fake money. We was balling."
Now we got to put her in the casino and see if she can still keep that same energy.
Yeah, and I didn't have no drink. It was a dry game too. It was.
Utah one of them dry states. In Utah, you can't get an extra shot in your drink.
Yeah, that's why I stay out of Utah.
What you do is order 2. Can I get this with this back?
Right. Yeah. See, she found a way around it. That's she doing it right. You too.
See, I have my goals. I have my purpose.
Yeah.
Things like
there you go.
But
they also have a limit too that you can't order, but so many.
She ain't hit that limit on it. Listen, whatever they may have it don't apply to them.
Yeah, that's what you think.
Oh, this was the worst All-Star and for a very long time. Like I read the numbers on that All-Star, it was it was terrible.
Utah's not.
Hey, are y'all going to any of the DevOps days in your respective areas? Because they're coming up, starting in March.
I haven't looked at what's going on in Tampa just yet.
We usually get an invite or something because we know James that puts it on.
Yeah, James over at Accenture puts it on for DevOps days because Accenture backs it up. So, but we hadn't looked into it yet.
Oh yeah, they haven't announced Denver or Tampa, but LA's is on the 10th. Denver's actually the 23rd or 25th of April.
Okay. You coming out?
To Denver? No, I'm actually listening. First of all, where's the whole other conversation? That's an offline conversation. But the Austin DevOps Days is May 4th through the 5th. So I'll plug that one in. But yeah, the Denver one, I need to look up on their YouTube channel, see what videos they got.
Oh, wait. Yeah, it's April 23rd to the 25th.
Yep. Yeah.
And then they have one that's DevOps Days Rockies. Is that the same thing? Yeah. They have it Denver and Rock. I guess it's the same.
Yeah, that one is April 23rd to the 25th. So if you're in a city that has DevOps Days, for the audience, please go. It's more learning. It's no women in Linux, but it's it's a little bit like it. Just you ain't gonna get 10
networking.
It's great networking though. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a lot of learning, a lot of networking for your local community. Get to be plugged in and find out what's going on locally. So
yeah. And the people that put on DevOps Days, it's like it's purely volunteer, and like there's a pot of money, and it kind of gets recycled to the next DevOps Day. So it's a really cool concept, but it's definitely a community led and organized event. So we try to show up as much as possible and go support.
Nice.
Cool. All right, y'all have fun. I'll get your books, get your learn on, invest in yourself, get out there, put yourself out there. Don't forget to go apply for those jobs. Rudy, you and I have to link up. D, your food is on the way.
Did you order me some Ziggles?
Do you want me to cancel it?
I know.
Okay.
Look at that love.
That's some love. Listen. That's some love. She went ahead and ordered you food. Boy, listen, you know she loves
little things.
She
don't care what they say.
Order food in the background. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, your food is on the way, D. Your food will be there. Yeah, whatever, D. Your food will be there by. Did I order it to the? I ordered your food wrong. I ordered 2 foods to my location. Oh.
Well, I'm gonna be hungry.
I ordered food to the wrong location. I thought I changed.
Go get some food.
It was nice that you thought about me, friend.
No, I thought I changed it.
It was nice that you thought about me.
Yeah, I was all in it.
I know you were feeling all like you ain't ordered me nothing. But yeah, luckily I went and had my little thing today is I found a new bakery. And so I went and got me like.
Oh no, hold on. Let me double verify.
With a little coffee this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Got put the top down. Went by Walmart. Got me some distilled water.
What's up? I gotta I went. I know we're wrapping up. I was out your way, not under my own agenda, but I was out your way. I was over in Naples.
In Naples? Oh yeah. You said you was going.
Yeah. So it was interesting. Drove across the state of Florida.
Yes,
it was interesting.
Naples is nice. Naples
is nice.
Feeding the water and the little fish come and get you a pedicure. Like, I love it. Is that people be sleeping on Florida? Yeah. I don't care what they say about
your order should be on the way.
Well, I'll let you figure it out later. I don't want to put that, that extra pressure on me because I know sometimes you get a little mixed up.
No, I don't.
Cape Coral, D.
Cape Coral is nice. That was one of my goals when I moved over to the west coast of Florida was to go down and visit all of the beaches. And so I was doing it myself, and then me and Tam started hanging out. We started going to the beaches and just figuring it out together. So I love it. I love it.
It was very nice. Beautiful, beautiful area, very chill. Definitely could see myself coming back. Yeah. I will fly into Fort Myers this time. I will not fly into Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah. A long way away.
That's a long, Fort Lauderdale.
3 hours.
It's on the East Coast.
Yeah, listen, I had business to handle in Broward-Dade County.
Okay.
James, you funny. James, you funny. Yeah, I just want to say that. Oh yeah, I did. I ordered it to the wrong. No, I ordered it to my spot. I ordered it to my spot, and then I think when I did it, it auto correct to my house.
Your Colorado house.
Mm-hmm.
Queen Lee asked what conferences for DevOps. Okay, so yeah.
Google
There's
it,
also
girl.
yeah,
Google it.
Google it. There's also
Google
KubeCon,
it and put it in the Slack.
EU. It's a whole bunch of this is conference season. Like, there's a lot of great conferences starting literally March. You got South by here in Austin. You got different DevOps days. You got Cloud Native Con, KubeCon coming up in April in EU. And then you got something going on during the summertime. This year, KubeCon's in Chicago. Got a ton of stuff coming up. So yeah, and those plane tickets are a little bit high. So
tickets been high.
Plan now.
Tickets been high.
For no reason.
And also a lot of the conferences still have a virtual aspect. So I sign, even if I can't be there, I sign up for conferences so that I can get the playbacks as well. Because when you sign up to these conferences, you get access to the playbacks. So make sure you sign up to as many as possible. So when you get the chance, you can go back and add that to your study list about what went on. So I do that as well. That's like a habit of mine. I just go and sign up for stuff. So make sure that you do that. But thank you. We look forward to you. Thanks for taking your Saturday time out and chilling with us and getting all.
And congratulations on your son.
Yo, he a man now.
Oh, that was your baby that's graduating.
Well, so that's bonus one. That's
so that you baby, your bonus son.
Yeah. Okay. So they 18, but they still ask for gifts.
They say what?
They still ask.
Even at 18, they still ask for gifts.
Let me tell you, my daddy be like, "What? You need some money?" That's his favorite.
But again, that's because you. Well, that's you the girl.
You need some money. I'm gonna send you some money. I'll be like, okay, that's his favorite one. What, you need some money? I'm gonna send you some money. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna open up a trust fund for my daughter right now.
That's his favorite one. I was like, boy, he's funny. You need that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be like, what do you need? Let's get you together.
Just saying.
And I also want to give a shout out to Derek. We see you in the chat, Derek. I did not forget you.
Congratulations, your son. He graduates too. I think my cousin, he's graduating.
Yeah, congratulations.
I gotta find out what college. My goddaughter, she's graduating. I can't believe it. Grady baby, she about to graduate. They changed Grady High School name to Midtown High. How sucky is that?
Girl, you know Midtown.
So many things going on in the world.
Yo.
All right, you guys.
All right, y'all. And we'll catch up with y'all. We didn't get to our 100th episode. That was our other show, but I think this was more important, and you probably had more fun on this one as well too. All right, y'all. Be safe.
All right.